Good evening, friends. It is much earlier than we normally start, but today is the day of the big Monster Train update patch, and so I decided that we would stream a long day today. So, starting early, we're hanging out, we're playing Monster Train 2. There's a lot to cover. I'm not going to go through every single change that is in the patch. You can see the patch notes. We'll discuss some of them as we see them, but a couple highlights. There were a number of changes to champion paths, namely to the Monster Train 1 paths. Namely, Reaper Prince now gets an active ability that allows him to do an extra attack immediately. At rank 1, starts at cooldown 6, eventually going down to cooldown 1, so he can essentially attack every turn. Queen's Imp Toss, wherever that is, is now an active ability rather than being a resolve trigger, so you can do it mid-turn, which is cool. For a variety of reasons, including that it allows you to kill off, like, Savagery Sweep enemies before they attack without her having quick. Wilden 10 Thornlord is now an active ability to add sting, so we can do it multiple times throughout the battle, which is nice. Dark Calling Rector, the one that reforms them, is also now an active ability, so you can do it mid-turn, which is really nice. I believe they fixed the bug that was preventing Little Fade from getting Slay triggers when she died. I mean, it wasn't just Little Fade, but that's like the most relevant point where it was. Bolette had a whole... like, one of his champion paths was completely changed. Executioner, which used to be Rage and Regen on Harvest, is now Siphon Spawn. So as enemies die on the floor, he'll naturally start spawning fungi. And he gives extra HP to troops per stack. So rather than troops being 4 HP per stack, there'll be 7 HP per stack, so it's going to be harder to kill troops. It's essentially just making it so we have an actual fungi support path. You still need things like Squad Leader to give them like offensive support, but I think it's a good change to a bad path and gives us something that we were kind of lacking. Ardoon also, they changed Hierophant so that it no longer gives double armor to silent units and instead gives an attack bonus to silent units, which is cool, especially because it gives much better support to like Nightingale specifically, which also now gets Multi-Strike 2 instead of Multi-Strike 1 on New Moon. Anyways, just in so many ways, they tried to change things to better support archetypes and all sorts of things. Also, there's a number of changes to units, like Lady of the House, which used to be basically a vanilla creature. It had high stats and burnout, but nothing else special about it. Now, it has slightly lower base attack, but it gets +5 attack for every stack of burnout. And so, the higher you stack the burnout, the stronger it gets. It comes out to basically the same attack at base, but if you're adding on burnout in any way, it ends up being a lot stronger. Husk Hermit as well now has a revenge trigger to gain attack. Not the most impactful thing, but like, I'm plenty happy that steps were taken to change the vanilla creatures to be less boring and give them a reason to set them apart from each other. Unfortunately, things like Shadow Siege still didn't get touched. It's still the same awful unit that it always has been. But, yeah, for the most part, there was a lot of really substantive, great changes in this patch. A minor one that comes to mind. So, it doesn't say it on the card because it never said on the card, but I believe Wretch got changed so that it no longer puts excess morsels on top of your deck, which I'm very excited about, because I have been pushing for that for literal years, because it was the worst interaction and just like counter. It was very counterintuitive and just bad. So I'm very happy that that got changed. Awoken in general got a ton of changes to cards. Animus of Speed has an ability now. We already talked about Husk Hermit. A bunch of numbers went up. Restore now gives 2 regen instead of 1 regen. Spreading Spores now heals in addition to giving the regen and the spikes, and it gives more regen and spikes than before. Vine Mother now buffs stings every turn and can also create stings as an active ability rather than doing it at end of turn, which is just dramatically better. Wildwood Sap now increases max HP. Awake, whatever it's called, got changed to Awakening Thicket, which is now a room instead of a spell. Friendly units have plus 20 max health and restore 10 HP on resolve. Essentially every one of the Monster in 1 clans got an equipment or a room or both. And sometimes just adding a new card and sometimes changing something. Like Fortify was changed to Fortified Pauldrons, which is now an equipment to gain armor each turn. Yeah. Trying to think of other notable things. Point is, there's a ton of changes in this patch, so a lot of exciting stuff to play around with. I've been waiting a long time for this to come out. Though it's been a long time since I played with any of these changes, so I'm going to have to adapt to them just like everyone else is, since I've been playing a lot of Monster Train 2, but it's all been the normal live patch recently. That said, we still got some crowns to work on, which I had hoped to finish before this patch came out, but then I played a bunch of Silk Song instead, so here we are. But we're working on the last 15 crowns. So, where are we starting with today? I think we're going to start with Sentient Hellhorns. Okay, we still want the torches. We'll take the random pyre. That's just how we roll. Pyre of Savagery is not a bad roll for Awoken. Doesn't matter too much with like the Thorned Hollow. Also, Sharpen is now up to +6/+6, which is better. Still not crazy good, but certainly better. I don't like Breath of Heaven, and Root Split Mask is questionable. I think we still want to take it. Especially if we do end up doing spikes-based things. I do like Explosive. Bristling is okay. We do already have the Thorned Hollow, so we might want to avoid that. The problem is, either way, if I take Explosive, then we have 2 Rejuvenate triggers. Obviously, I could like swap Thorned Hollow out for a different unit later. I'm just gonna take Explosive. We'll see how this works out. We'll figure out what we want to do. And then we will go from there. Also, Thorned Hollow is up to Spikes 4 on Rejuvenate. I think it was 3 before. Maybe it was 2. I think it was 3. I guess we'll put you there. And put you there, and there, and there. That's really not what I wanted to see, but we'll give him some spikes so he at least kills the backliners. Which does mean he gets this Slay procs for Savagery, so that's something. I could have killed one of the guys down here, but I did want him to get the kills. On the other hand, it would have been real nice not to take all that damage. Just that, like, all of my restores are at the bottom of the deck, which is not helpful. Yeah, so you're gonna die to his first hit no matter what. So I guess we'll do that. I probably should have played you on a higher floor or killed more of these guys before they got to attack. But we'll see what we can do. I like the restore buff. Yeah, it's still not an amazing card, but it's a hefty improvement. Like, it was real bad before, and now it's certainly better. Okay, yeah, we still got the kill, because the extra regen makes a big difference. And there we go. And Sentient got a kill off of the thing. Okay. Wildwood Sap is substantially better now. The fact that it gives him max health as well is pretty useful. It's not insane, but, you know, it is pretty useful. And then also with just the base buff to restores, it's way easier to get regen to a meaningful amount with something like Wildwood Sap and to keep it topped off. I guess we're going to take that for now. I'm going to skip these. Though the Horn Break is okay. We're definitely going here. Alright. Yeah, I feel bad about it, but I do think we're probably just taking Shattered Shell. Maybe Husk Hermit for the higher base HP. Because it's a lot higher base HP. And I have yet to find any defense. I mean, I've got regen, but, like, so what? But, like, we can take Multi-Strike and Quick. And then with Pyre of Savagery, that's a huge increase in power already. Yeah, I might take the Husk Hermit. Just because I haven't found... Shattered since you already have 2 and it's the one to get punched. Yeah, but I'm going to be putting Quick and Multi-Strike on them. Like, it's not about... I'd basically be ignoring the Revenge trigger here, but I'm also going to be ignoring... Like, we're not going to worry about Sentient getting hit, and the Thorn Hollow is not going to be taking hits either, for the most part. My concern is looking ahead to bosses like Kel or to Dominion Seraph and giving myself a bit of extra HP to withstand the corruption and things like that. I think is worth it right now. Alright, well, I feel a little bad that we're just doing the traditional quick sweep with Pyre of Savagery, but on the other hand, so be it. That's what we got. Now, we are up against the Flagellant, so I think I want to set up top floor. Because they will weaken themselves as they go up in floor. Unfortunately, I can't play Ritual Battle, but we'll give you the Sharpen, I guess. I will happily do that. And we're going to give you the regen right now, I guess. It doesn't really matter, but we'll just try to stack regen for the future, I guess. Yeah, I'm just going to give him some regen. I know I could have used Sentient to weaken them, and maybe that's what I should have done. Probably what I should have done. Can also shoot my own guy for an increase in stats. Unfortunately, you're too large to fit behind. What I want to do is give you a bunch more regen. Okay, whatever. We'll do it like this, I guess. I might be getting too greedy here, but we're gonna try and see what we can do. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. Everything's okay. Yeah, the base, the extra regen on the restorers is very helpful. I mean, there's just a ton of good changes for Awoken in this patch. Okay, so we already gained 21 extra attack. We will skip these, so the Vine Grasp is alright. I will take Fortified Pauldrons. Because it does sort of help with my defensive needs. It doesn't work with the regen, but I think I'm still fine with taking that for now. And also it's a zero-cost merge, which is nice. I might not end up utilizing it in the grand scheme of things, but for the time being, it's decent. Do I care about the Merchant of Magic? I kind of do, in that I should be looking to make the Ritual Battle more playable. But on the other hand, I can go here and looking for the Void Armament, or Bloodthirsty Blade, or other things are all appealing to me. I think we're going to do that, even though I probably should go here. Inferno Room is good in general, but I think we're going to skip here. And then some of the new cards. Exile's Diadem, 10 HP, reduces capacity but can't go below 1. Which it feels unnecessary for them to say that because, I mean, whatever. But, so be it. And then there's Weapons Cache, which is a room where when you summon a friendly unit, draw an equipment and apply -2 cost to it. Which is interesting. I could take the Equalizing Rings and it would be pretty decent on Sentient. Because we're about to... we're about to fight Archeon, and then we'll take the first upgrade. And so, at rank 3, it would make Explosive have 120 attack, which is not bad. And I could easily take Weapons Cache, make that deployable, and then take... well, I don't have enough money for this, but in general, I could take, Weapons Cache, make it deployable, take the Equalizing Rings, and then use that to pull out the Equalizing Rings and some other equipment that we care about. Yeah, I'm happy to take Argus's Wings here. That's interesting, because it makes it easier for me to, dupe this later if I want to. Since it does have the inbuilt scaling from Savagery Pyre, if we dupe it later on, it will have, 60, 80, 100 attack, something like that. And that would not be bad, as just, a unit that we can freely overstack on a floor. It also means that I can now play out, the Thorned Hollow and Sentient on one floor, play out Huskrim on another, and then fly it down. Not that I, care about those units, really, but they will do a decent job of blocking relentless attacks for me. Yeah, I don't need Exile's Diadem. I don't really need Equalizing Rings. It's, I think, mostly on, do I want to use Weapons Cache here? Or more specifically, is Weapons Cache worth 115 gold to me? Since we need to buy the Weapons Cache and deployable it as well, basically. I feel like it doesn't really matter. I could also put deployable on Fortified Pauldrons. Ooh, new cards? Yeah, there's a lot of exciting stuff. You know what? We'll take this, even though it doesn't tons matter for us right now. It's mostly just a waste of gold at the moment, but it might be useful later on. Yes, we know about the Titan Trials. Okay, so whoops, wrong order already. I mean, I can still play the weapons cache on a different floor, but there we go. I 100% played the wrong unit right there. Meant to play out the Thorned Hollow. I could also play these on top floor. I don't remember if we have the Flagellants in this fight or not. I guess let's just... I did it again. It doesn't matter. We'll just play this here. I only need to grab one equipment anyways, so... we're just giving that to him, especially since he'll be sitting in the back of the floor. He's just going to be building up armor for us. We're going to get rid of that. I do really like that Always Titan Trial setting. I think I may have dismissed that too quickly. Yeah, I didn't check what it said, but if it was just saying that I can put on the Titan Trials by default, yes, I am aware, and I'm not too concerned about that right now. I will probably put that on at a later time. Oh, poor Sentient just got absolutely blasted out of the sky. God, I really need to replace this mouse. It's getting way too fiddly. Specifically, the scroll wheel is getting fiddly. And I've just, like, it needs to be replaced. Yeah, I guess we're just going to heal you so that you can sort of withstand a hit from Archeon. I could also just buff our dude so he kills Archeon faster. Yeah, that's apparently not enough to save you still. Which is fine. Worst case, I can fly him behind, like, a trained steward. But also, like, he has a bunch of HP thanks to... There we go. That's all we need. He has a bunch of HP thanks to Arcus's wings, and he's been building up armor. We did make Archeon very strong, but still. Alright, so here's another of the new cards. Rage Room. Friendly units gain Rage 2 on Strike and Revenge, which is pretty cool. I think we're going to take that, even though we're not going to make great use of it. Alloy the Ancients would also be pretty helpful for us. And One Horn's Tome is, you know, solid as long as we can play it. I think we're still just going to take Rage Room, though. Partly so we can master it, and partly because it's just built-in scaling now. Would have enjoyed something like Steelworker here. Maybe still want the Rail Beater, though. Anything we take here is just to give us, like, an extra blocker between the Husk Hermit and Sentient. I think we'll just skip for the time being. I'm going to take Ember for now, and then probably draw later on. I mean, again, our game plan is just let the Husk Hermit do its thing, more or less. I wouldn't hate getting something like a Tiresome Climb to mitigate Dominion Seraph. I honestly might want to go here, because I don't have anything that I, like, super want to dupe. We could dupe the Fortified Pauldrons, since using the weapons cache, I get to pull out 2 equipment. as long as I like play it on bottom floor before playing Sentient and the Thorned Hollow. I could also like get HP for the Thorned Hollow or Titanite while I'm at the Merchant of Steel, I suppose. Nonetheless, we're gonna go here. Yeah, Railhammer's pretty decent. I also do like Versatile Ember Staff. We're just gonna take Explosive 2, even though I'm not really utilizing it at all. Get rid of Root Split Mask. Yeah, I'm pretty okay with that. Yeah, I'll happily take Dante's Footstool. And then I don't care about Priory's Cloak. Yeah, I don't. We'll just take the gold from that. Okay, we'll take Railhammer. That's all I can afford. There are other, like, good pickups for us, too, but that's the one we got. Do I want to get rid of anything? Kind of. Most of the cards in my deck don't matter. But it will get rid of a Spear Steward. Yeah, we should be fine. Our frontliner is going to get a bunch of corruption and die, but that's okay. So, we do that first. Play you out in front this time. And then you, we don't have anything to draw. That goes there. And then we replace this with Rage Room. And then you get the Fortified Pauldrons, and now gain 10 armor return, which is pretty good. Good morning, Sal. How are you? Hope you're well. How's the weather? Day 1 of protesting engine upgrade not being spelled begins. Yeah, it's a... Like, visually, I think it's good for it to be a room, but mechanically, it didn't really gain anything for being turned into a room, and I think that's a bit of a shame. It already wasn't, like, a great card, and so it does feel a bit weird for it to be kind of needlessly turned into a room. Also, I did forget that now hitting him with a torch gives him both the 3 attack that he normally gets on Revenge, but also the 2 rage from the Rage Room. And so he does gain a lot of extra attack just for being torched each time. Space increase one I'm fine with. Should be 1 cost and 4 space in my opinion. But engine upgrade should not be a room, it's dumb. I mean, yeah. Again, overall, I'm fine with it being a room. But in actual practice, it doesn't really gain anything being a room. And I think that's a bit of a shame. Okay. We're just going to give you more regen and try to prevent you from stealing kills from our dude. That goes there as backup. And then unsurprisingly, we're in pretty good shape given that the Husk Hermit is a monstrosity. Especially since it now gains rage on strike as well. The Hellhorn new room is pretty solid. And Fortified Pauldrons is surprisingly good too. Yeah, but I do like the new sweep weapon and the -2 size one. I don't really care about the -2 size one. The sweep one is okay. I think people are dramatically overrating it so far. Although, like, most of those people were just basing it on seeing the equipment in the preview, not actually having played with it. It's good, but the fact that it limits their attack to 30 is pretty important. But there's still some like good things you can do with it, like put it on Magma Mauler, and you can apply a bunch of Pyrogel to things and take out some of the weak things. That's pretty okay. Putting on Plague Doctor is pretty decent, because like, especially on larger floors, it does represent quite a bit of damage. Like, Plague Doctor is one of the best use cases for it. I feel like it's been put in so you can give a backline unit and give it quick, and then suddenly you're not getting ruined by the sweepers for Rage Seraph. Yeah, kind of, but like, the fact that it limits their attack to 30 means that, like, the most important of the sweep enemies in the Savagery Seraph fight are the Chosen ones, which have 50 HP, and so you still need to give that back U-liner, like, multi-strike, or you need to have 2 of them, and have 2 of the equipment. Like, there are still things you need to do to make that an option. But, yeah, like, it's fine. Hope you old growth Sentient here, by the way. Yeah, I was probably going to take it, at the very least, just so we can master it. This is the new Awoken card, if that wasn't obvious. Rejuvenate, gain 10 max health, and then also just gains max health. The problem is I don't really want Sentient to be stealing kills from our Husk Hermit. Still good to do, though, so. Oh, and we'll definitely take Tiresome Climb here. I just mean that's another way for those sweepers. Yeah. It's definitely solid. Or at least it's okay. And it does solve some problems, but I overall think people are expecting too much from it. So we're gonna go here. And Overgrowth Carapace is not it. Honestly, maybe okay with taking Plate Mail. I don't think I totally need it, but like I'm pretty okay with just putting it on like Thorned Hollow. But I think we're gonna skip on that. Stasis Crystal, which is another of the new ones. Also another one where I think people were, well, both misunderstanding how it works and overrating it. But it's an interesting one. So, it gives the unit stasis, just like, you know, Titan Channel Soul Guard, can't be attacked, can't do anything, yada yada yada. Or at least can't attack, since Dire Channel Soul Guard still does his action while stasis. Unless they changed it at some point, I forgot. Pretty sure they didn't. But anyway, so it gives them stasis, and then they gain 20 attack and 20 HP while under stasis, and then they have an ability called Emerge that gets rid of, removes stasis, starts battle on cooldown, removes ability on use. So it has a 3 cooldown, so you are minimum stuck in stasis for 3 turns. And then when you choose to emerge, you will then get the benefit of all the stats you have been stocking up during that time. Kind of want to take that just to dump on the Thorned Hollow. I don't know that that's going to be necessary. Miser Sweep sounds funny. Yeah, that's another good use for it as well, for sure. Are you on earlier, or am I on late, or is there a combination of the two? I'm on very early. I mean, I used to stream at 6 o'clock, but there's just things in my life where I can't do that these days. Can't justify that, at least not regularly. But today's the big Monster Rain update, so I wanted to stream early, so that's what we're doing. Yeah. Anyways, I kind of want to take Stasis Crystal. It doesn't really matter, though. What I was really looking for was I was looking for something to combine with the Fortified Pauldrons. Also, I hadn't really considered it, but I could take Hall of Mirrors and use that to just, like, dupe the Husk Hermit instead of duping the Husk Hermit on its own, like, later. So when you have 2 Revenge Scalers on the same floor, you can use Stasis on the back when expecting the front one to die. Is this anything? Yeah, kind of, but not really. I mean, the Stasis Crystal is best for a unit that you're going to be putting on, like, top floor, that you are going to try to power up while your, like, lower floors mitigate problems, or something that you want to help you win Relentless. Like, for instance, with Pyreborn, they have some bad matchups in, like, Ajax, the one that gives Sap, and Kel, the one that gives Corruption on Incant and on Spawn. And so, like, Stasis Crystaling something just to build them up as a relentless threat can be a very useful tool. But yeah, it's kind of a weird one. It has some good use cases, but... Eel Gorgon sweep. Yeah, except that Eel Gorgon removes the sweep. But, yes. Ooh, dodging kills corruption solid. Yeah. Yeah, like, there's some good uses for Stasis Crystal, but it's a bit of a strange thing nonetheless. Regardless, I don't think we're going to take Hall of Mirrors. I think it's just too much for me. I forgot the sweep is a status. Yeah. I mean, you can still do it for one turn, but... Yeah, it's not perfect. Anyways, we'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. We're gonna dupe. Don't know. The Tiresome Climb is decent, even unupgraded. The Ritual Battle is sort of an option. I think we're just gonna do the Tiresome Climb. In case I never hit, like, Holdover, just duping this now certainly helps. And let's get rid of the other Shield Steward, I guess. Although, I don't know. Paraffin Duo like sweep, much rage or more gold. Yep. Paraffin Enforcer in particular is another good one. Like, there are a lot of good use cases for it, but I see a lot of people treating the sweep equipment as though it is going to be a major offensive tool rather than a utility thing. And I think it has a lot more utility uses. Yeah, it really didn't need to remove all of the stewards. It kept acting like I need a lot more deployment Ember. Oh well, that's fine. Oh my god, Dante with sweep. Yeah. Okay, so let's give that to you. Yeah, it is pleasing that he gets 7 attack on Revenge now. Okay, we're gonna give you a little bit of HP. Oh yeah, and I forgot that they changed the enchant icon. It weirds me out. Oh yeah, we'll just do Ritual Battle. Sentient is proccing the Rejuvenated end of turn with the regen, and so he is just constantly gaining more max HP, which is cute. I mean, it's more obvious, which is good. I'm not saying it's a bad change. I'm just saying that me, personally, it weirds me out. Because I had forgotten that it got changed since I've been playing basically only on like, the live patch for so long that I forgot, even though I've seen it before. Alright. Yep, our Husk Hermit is a terror. And Quoto doesn't stand a chance. Oh, boyo. Don't need Bramble Ash. That could have been good in a different world, but that's not the world we live in. Branding Rate's kind of cute for us. Yeah, I'll take Branding Rate, I guess, even though I'm flooding my deck with expensive spells. We're gonna go here. Sure, you can have double stack. Oh, yeah, one other important change. Permafrost now gives -1 cost as well. So there is a better reason to take Permafrost now. I'm willing to do that, actually. We're gonna do this on... How strong is the Husk Hermit now? 91? Let's do that. I've got plenty of gold to spend since I've basically not used it on anything until now. Okay, intrinsic holdover is what we were looking for. I mean, I should maybe do it on the ritual battle. We're definitely going to do it on the tiresome climb, though, because that's just too good for us. And then this is going to go there. And then we're going to do, I guess, the consume ritual battle. Maybe just the normal ritual battle. Let's do the normal one. I basically have my defensive needs sorted now. Brings it to parity with the other upgrades that got buffed. Yeah, pretty much. Don't tell me this boss is nothing. Someone has to be the most insignificant boss. And he has it in the bag. Yeah. Poor Quoto. Alright, so Husk Hermit comes out here. You get that. Rage Room replaces. That goes there. Yeah, just overall, there were so many cool changes. Yeah, I guess we'll just do that and that. I kind of don't want to tiresome climb you because I kind of want you to get hit by the Husk Hermit, but it doesn't really matter. And also making sure that you don't get hit by the Husk Hermit just means that we ensure that we're getting... It means that we ensure that we're getting too relentless, so we get the full group of waves for our Husk Hermit to kill, I guess, which is not bad. Although at this point, I can probably stop playing the tiresome climb. Yes. Awoken in particular, like, really got a ton of great adjustments in this patch. Oh, they put out an April Fool's patch that just buffs him to infinity for the day. Oof. Hot take, devs shouldn't do April Fools. I think some April Fool's patches are perfectly fine. Like the Among Us one where they added horse mode was fine. Oops, I don't know why I shot you. It doesn't matter. Also, I neglected to tiresome climb in the last turn, but again, doesn't matter. Unfortunately, I did prevent my Husk Hermit from getting the kill there. Dark Deal is real good for us. Unleash the Wildwood is also pretty solid. I should probably take Unleash the Wildwood in a world where we have old growth. But like Dark Deal with Rage Room and Husk Hermit represents a lot of attack. Nonetheless, we'll take Unleash the Wildwood. It barely matters, but I don't know. We'll still take it anyways. Do I want draw? I think I want draw. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I just want Ember. I'll take the draw, I guess. I think it barely matters. Okay, I still kind of want to get some meaningful equipment to merge with the pauldrons. I guess we're going to try to do that. Bloodthirsty Blade is cute, though it's very late to get it. Oh, God. Well, disappointing, but fine. Had I set up my equipment first, I could then do this. Obviously, I could, like, take Old Growth and merge it to the Thorn Hollow or something. Rando equip onto Husk Hermit? Absolutely not. Test Subject Alpha should not have gone up cost-wise. It definitely deserved to. If it were in a different clan, maybe not, but even then, it still would be an overperforming unit. And, like, changing it to be 3 cost, especially in conjunction with Organ Harvester going to 2 cost, is a worthwhile thing. You could always replace the equipment if it's done. Yeah, we're not going to do that. I will give him a random equipment, though, I guess. Because I don't have a good use for this otherwise. Equalizing rings, fine. It's not Steel Singer or Consumer of Crowns. You're right, it's better. Yeah. It is indeed better than them. Though Consumer of Crowns got a nice glow up. It is a way cooler unit now. Something that I had been pushing for a long time. Consumer of Crowns. It now has an active ability where... so they got rid of the whole, like, it costs less based on how many imps you have. And it just costs 4 by base now. And instead, it has the active ability to sacrifice an imp, attack immediately. Which is, it's cool. It is thematically useful with imps, and I appreciate that. So, quick question before I go to bed, did Shadow Siege get a change? Nope. Sadly, it did not. Yeah, sadly, it did not. But I've seen a lot of people disappointed that it didn't get a change, and hopefully that helps push the devs to change it in whatever next step they do. Because it's just a bad unit. And it's not... It's both bad and uninteresting. And there's so many good things they could do with it. Anyways, we're going to take Bloodthirsty Blade, and then we're going to reroll, and we might... Yeah, we're going to instead take this. Deployable is not what I meant. Merge is what I wanted. Could merge the Bloodthirsty to the Void Armament, but I'm just going to do this. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to get rid of one of my extra equipment now. Because I just don't care about the Bloodthirsty Blade at this point. You can give it sweep now, though. I guess that's something. Yeah, sweep and bring it down to 30 attack. Like, ooh, so helpful. Like, yeah. Okay, so we remembered to play these in the right order because it does matter. We're gonna play this just to get rid of it. And then we do this, and then I don't have quite enough attack yet, but... Okay, we're just gonna shoot our own dude to power him up because then we get the kill. It does mean I'm gonna let the tiresome climb loop, probably. But yeah, let's do that. Because I do want the enemies to be here so I have things to attack and get kills on. Because I think that's important overall. Yeah, I'll get rid of the Calcified Ember. Also, I forgot that you do 120 damage on Rejuvenate now. It's way stronger than it used to be. Okay. Yep, we should be plenty good. And yeah, having the third attack on our Husk Hermit is real helpful. Yeah, let's just give you some regen, I guess. We should be fine without it. Like, we're gonna be quite strong by the time the boss shows up, but... The Awoken equip is max HP for the unit, right? Not for the item, or am I misreading? Yeah, it's for the unit. So I believe if you swap it off, then it will still retain that max HP. It's been a while since I played with any of this, though, but I'm pretty sure that that is how it works. Anyways, we easily murder Rax. He's definitely a lot weaker on bottom floor, and also we're rather strong. Engraft is not bad for us. I mean, I don't need it at this point, though. I'm just going to skip it, even though it's pretty inconsequential. We'll skip these as well. Don't need the Merchant of Arms. We're going to go here, see what we can get. Holdover, remove Consume, sure. Equipped units gain armor, sure. I think we're taking Sap Tap. Although I also don't know if that matters. Curse Vines is legit useful for me since I have the revenge triggers. I'll take that. I don't know, who cares? I'm gonna do these. They barely matter to me. So I could have done a holdover, minus cost branding, right? And that also would have been okay. Sap Tap is good, but I don't know that I'm gonna have the Ember to play the things I draw most of the time, so we're just not gonna worry about it. Don't really care about those. Do I want to dupe the Husk Hermit? I think I do. Does double stack on Sap, as in Wildwood Sap, just give regen 8 or 4 HP? Regen 8 and 4 HP, or regen 8 and 8 HP? It only increases the regen. Because double stack only increases buffs and debuffs. It doesn't just increase every number on the card. For instance, like, a damage spell doesn't get double damage by putting on double stack. But something like Titan's Tooth, which is damage and Frostbite. The Frostbite gets increased, the damage does not. Okay, so we're going to get rid of Bloodthirsty Blade. And we're going to get rid of a Sharpen. And we're going to get rid of a Sharpen. And I'm going to get rid of a Restore, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But I am going to dupe a Husk Hermit, though it barely matters. Okay. So, we're pretty strong at this point. Oh, I did forget that Curse Vines pulls the unit to the front. Well, that still barely matters. Okay, so you come out. You also come out. You get that. And then Hermit 1, Hermit 2, Rage Room, and you get that. Okay. I will buff you while we can. Then you come down here. So I could do this, but then we would be killing a thing that I don't want to kill. So we're going to not do that. And then we're just going to buff our dudes. Sure, you take a tiny bit of damage. Who cares? Whatever, we'll just play that there. I don't really need to be playing out the Unleash the Wildwood, and I am greeting, but that's fine. Figured I would give him a buff and then just move him back in place. Suppose I could also have, like, moved him front and then used the Unleash the Wildwood. Doesn't overall matter, though, so I'm not terribly concerned. Cool thing about this update is they finally nerfed a scaling sweeper. Oh, wait. Yeah, yep. Yep. I mean, this wouldn't be nearly as strong if I weren't using Pyre of Savagery. And I only randomed into Pyre of Savagery. Like, this is partly why I don't just pick my Pyre all the time. But yeah, so we are very strong overall. But yeah, so many of the new cards and changes are really good. All jokes aside, I really like what they've done. Yeah, I've been waiting for this to be public for a long time so I could like talk about it. But there's a lot of changes I'm really a fan of. I didn't know you had such strong feelings about Engine Room anyways, Tiny. Are there any particular changes or new cards or anything, Tom, that you were excited about? Yes. More kills to the Hermit. Alright, on to the Titans, which should be pretty easy for us. Okay, so that goes there. I mean, it doesn't really matter what order I play these in. You get that, and then one of you is not like the other. And there we go. Okay, so I could Daze Dominion. I'm not going to Daze Dominion. I don't think that's a good use of our time. Yeah, fuck it. I'll just take the damage from the Vengeful Shard. I'm not going to fly these down, or I could, and avoid the Corruption. I don't think the Corruption bothers me, though. So, we'll just take the damage to get a chunk of damage in on Savagery. Mainly Awoken and I guess Melting and Engine Upgrade being a room, of course. Yeah, I mean, Awoken was definitely, like, the biggest winner of things. But there's just a lot of great changes all around. So I could Tiresome Climb you, but I'm not sure I actually want to. Yeah, let's not for now. You're dazed for a bunch of turns anyways. I want to see how good the Melting Equip is. It's good, though a bit awkward because it costs 2. But like having essentially the Giraffe infusion back in the game is nice for sure. It's just that you have to pay for it like every turn, which is awkward, and it being 2 cost is a lot. But, you know, it is what it is. it's still very useful, at least in certain circumstances. Okay, don't really care about buffing you guys. Also, we do, what, 200 damage now? I could just start dazing you. Yeah, we'll leave it, I guess. Like, if I want to take less damage, I can take less pyre damage, but meh. And there it goes. Well, that was a pretty simple run. I mean, it was a fun run. I had a good time with it. And it was nice to have already seen a number of the new things. But yeah, starting with Pyre of Savagery, made that relatively simple. I mean, we got a ton of support for what we were doing too, but yeah. Oh yeah, and I forgot they added the Titan Cup win streak. It's been so long that I totally forgot. But yeah, so now we have a win streak that specifically tracks Titan wins. Which was something people have been asking for since the game release, so makes sense. Anyways, that brings us to 166 crowns. Though I do still wish that I'd finish the crowns before the update. Alas, here we are. Okay, what are we playing next? So we're done with Sentient. Don't want to play Wildenton yet, because we just played Awoken. We are already done with Tethys, and you want to see Umbra? Yeah, we can do Penumbra Melting, I guess. Yeah, let's do Penumbra Melting. We'll take Printed Mold. Okay, I saw yet another win, but it really should have been to bed at the latest. Checked to watch 5 hours ago. Well, have a good one. Alright, have a nice night, Gold Poke. Alright. This is not necessarily the time where I wanted Pyre of Dominion, but fair enough. Starting with Wicklash is pretty decent. Making a Morsel is whatever. Crucible Warden is whatever. Minor thing, by the way. But Gorge Penumbra, Glutton, now actually gets increasing HP at later levels, which means that it no longer gets one shot on turn 1 of the Titan fight, which is appreciated. Still a relatively boring path and not an incredibly strong champion, but that's a small but important change. Anyway, so what are we drafting? We could take Feast. Sort of interesting, especially when we start with the making of a morsel. Might take the Cave-In just because Remnant can make good use of overstacking things. Or we can engine upgrade, which is sort of interesting. I think you should take 2 engine upgrades out of spite. I mean, I'm sort of willing to do it. It doesn't do a whole ton for us, but it's whatever. I will say at least engine upgrade cost is 0. That's the one good thing about it, but I don't know. It's still weird as a room card. I don't know. I kind of want to take the engine upgrade just for the sake of it, but it's not good for me. Whereas, like, taking the others is legitimately useful. I mean, I think realistically what we want is Cave-In here. Do I really want Cave-In? I kind of want Cave-In. Yeah, we'll take Cave-In, I guess. Yeah, Memorial for the Melted. So, Memories of the Melted is now a room card. Friendly units have Endless. Definitely a good change, because the old card was useless, except in very small circumstances. And this is good, or at least is situationally pretty solid. Votavary also got changed, so it is now no longer immediate draw, but gives +2 draw next turn. In most situations, it's pretty comparable or better. And basically it was changed just to prevent a very easy infinite. Namely, when you had Surgical Strike, the one that copies itself every time it kills a unit. So you could just infinitely kill Votavary because it would draw itself immediately and just get infinite harvest. So that was not a great thing to be in the game, so they changed that. Pretty confident we're taking Engulfed in Smoke here. Memorial for the Melt is kind of cute. There's a number of fun things we can do, but Engulfed in Smoke is good, even if we're pretty heavy on high-cost cards already. The problem is, both of these are bad. Or more specifically, bad for us. Also take the Morsel Maker. God, why are these what I'm getting? I really wanted, like, Lady of the House, or Paraffin Enforcer, or Paraffin Thug, or Wickless Baron. Basically, like, everything we didn't see. I feel like I probably want to take Wickless Tycoon here. Yeah, we'll take the Tycoon. Take Guild Marker. And then, who cares about any of these? Maybe taking Architect. Glutton we can do some solid work early game with, though. Fine, we'll take Glutton. Whatever. Done. It's not going to be impressive. It's honestly not even very good for us, but it is what we got. Sorry, 1 second. Gotcha. Alright. I just was getting a bunch of text messages. I want to make sure it wasn't anything critical. Okay. Well, let's build a Penumbra-focused life. And then let's set you up. And then I guess do that. That's not how I want to do this. Or specifically, I forgot that whatever gets descended is going to go in back. And so what I needed to do was set these guys up on mid-floor and then cave in things down from above rather than cave in them. Because what I wanted to do is just get the Wickless Tycoon on the same floor, since that's the only way I'm actually going to kill things. You know, ignoring the part where I'm still not actually killing anything. Also, I am preventing one morsel from spawning. I do recognize that, but it is what it is. Fortunately, I can't kill the Collector. Well, sad, whatever. If I had that feast, I could have fed my dude faster, but whatever. Not a big deal. Yeah, I don't actually really want to give them stealth. Because then the morsels that can spawn next turn will die, because they won't have stealth. Unless I, you know, play the Engulfed in Smoke again. Okay, we're gonna greed a little bit, and we're gonna give both of those guys burnout. Because Penumbra, definitely strong enough to kill this guy. And so, now they have enough burnout that they are going to die. Yeah, unfortunately I can't, like, cave in these units here. Anyways, they have enough burnout that they're gonna die before the battle's over, which means we get a little bit more gold from the Tycoon. Prismal Dust. Sure, we'll take it. Momentum Mori is still bad. Purifying Cleanse is good. Dripfall is also good. I think we're just taking the Dripfall, even though I am giving myself a bunch of Calcified Embers. Also, I already have some Descend, which is something. Definitely some value with Merchant of Magic. Nonetheless, we're going here. Okay. Okay, how do we feel about all of this? Kind of want the Lady of the House, partly just so that we can use her, because we haven't, you know, we haven't played with her new update yet. Also, because she's legitimately not bad, especially in a world where we have Wicklash, which represents essentially a 20-point swing whenever we use her. Or whenever we use it on her. Obviously, like, she does do grade 5 attack at the end of the turn, but nonetheless, like, it's pretty good with her. Lady of the House, just such a baller buff. Yeah, it's one that I'm pretty happy with. I took it from such a nothing unit into something, like, real and meaningful. Also, it's kind of cute that Dualism on her is an attack buff as well. That said, I think maybe we reroll here. Saw the Astrologer, whatever he's called, and thought, yeah, we're going to make Lady of the House what he wants to be. I mean, Astrologer's still fine. It's not like a top-tier unit, but it's pretty decent. And they are very different, regardless. Maybe I want Dualism. The thing is, I don't have enough to take Dualism and then reroll. Kind of. I mean, I do have guild markers, so things do cost less. So it'd be 135 to take Dualism and reroll. I would have enough for another large upgrade. How much HP does Astrologer have? 510? I mean, yeah, it's a small amount, but that's not the point. And Luna has a number of tanky units, and it has a variety of good defenses. I just don't know that I care about Dualism on you. I'm trying to think, like, what would I care more about? It's basically multi-strike is what I want. But we could also maybe see multi-strike at this one. I saw earlier stream the normal I see. Yep. I mean, I would love to stream it this time. I used to stream it this time, but it's hard to justify when this is essentially a hobby project of mine. And I have other things I need to do in my life. But, yeah. Anyways, big update day. Wanted to stream earlier so we could show it off and have fun, and here we are. It's kind of a whim, but, you know. Anyways, I think we just want to skip on the Dualism. And maybe look for, like, double multi-strike, though that's greedy. Yeah, that's not terribly helpful. Like, I could take this, which is fine. Time to start selling bone merit against Sal's hobby to be a profession. I mean, I would love to make this a more serious part of my life, but, like, we need way more viewership. And admittedly, I need to start, like, seriously uploading things on YouTube, like I've talked about a bunch of times, but I don't do it, and I should. But anyways, here we are. Yeah, we'll just take the burnout upgrade. And then we'll just leave stuff for the next ring. Put chat on screen, coward. I just don't like the way that it... I personally don't like that when I'm watching other streams. Or at least when I'm watching them on YouTube and all that. I know some people like it. Maybe it's worth doing. Whatever. This is not a helpful hand, but that's fine. Stop spawning the collector where I can't do anything about it. Okay, whatever. We'll play that there so we can get some gold. Sure, we'll play you out, I guess. Well, I'm taking a bunch of fire damage. At least I took less than I thought I was going to, because I did forget for a moment that the Flagellant kills himself at end of turn, essentially. So that's something. Whatever, we'll do that, I guess. I also could have done the stealth for 2 turns, which mostly would have been better. I don't know. It's fine. It's what I should have done. But we can get the kill there, and that's good enough for me. Yeah. On the last hit, she gets the kill. Oh, Mind Collapse now can target friendly units, which is a very nice change. Definitely something I appreciate in a lot of ways. That said, we're still going to skip it. Maybe. It would be nice to help me get collectors, but we're still going to skip. We're going to skip the giraffe and all of this. I really want... First off, multi-strike. Secondly, I very much want, what's it called? Wax and Spike. I don't know why that was such a hard thing to remember. Also, I could do this, which is pretty cute, but I'm not going to. If we saw it on the reroll, I would definitely take it, but just seeing it at base, I don't want to. I also don't really want to have these morsel makers, but I'll give you HP, I guess. Could also give you damage shields. No, we'll skip that. Not what I wanted. Sure, I'll smidge stone that. Also, I neglected to check what this is. Sure, I guess. I probably should have seen this first. Okay, I'll take Bone Dove's Pendant. Well, my deck is still somewhat of a mess. We have a lot of good tools, but we did whiff on a lot of things that I wanted already. Unfortunately, I have to spend, like, my deployment phase just doing this. And I'm just gonna have to hope that I draw into things I care about. Again, I could have given stealth to the top floor, but I didn't need to because Penumbra starts with lifesteal. And so even though he took a bunch of damage, he just recovered just fine. And I didn't want to have stealth on the morsel, or... Well, it doesn't matter, because nothing was attacking them on that last turn, so it would have been fine, I guess. But... yeah, I guess we'll do that. Keep you alive slightly longer. I mean, we should be fine on this fight overall, since Penumbra's just sitting up there, chowing down on morsels, getting real strong. It's like, he should be able to kill Archeon on his own, basically. It's a shame we're not killing more things on this floor for more gold from the Tycoon, but whatever. Okay. I'll just keep protecting you, I guess. Would be nice to get rid of the Calcified Ember, but I think it's useful to do this. Maybe didn't need to. Huh. Okay, we're taking down half his health. Again, don't think I really needed to, since Penumbra is pretty beastly. Nonetheless, here we go. And there we are. Okay, give me Life Wax and Spike here, please. Yep, done. No. Ember? Yeah, definitely Ember, because, like, deployment phase in particular is fucking me. We definitely want to go here. I probably should have just done the Smidge Stone of the Lady of the House, but that's fine. No one cares about Architect. It doesn't help me in any way, shape, or form right here. Okay. Boiler Room is sort of interesting. Yeah, you know what? I'm willing to take it in the hopes that this works out the way that I want. So, I think we're gonna do Intrinsic Cave-In. Or Intrinsic Engulfed in Smoke. That actually is probably better. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do instead. And then I think we take the Permafrost now. Just for, like, the minus. The problem is, do I care about the Cave-In? Do I care about this? This on the Prismal Dust is pretty solid now. I think we maybe want to do that with the Prismal Dust. Double stack, I like, but I really wanted Remove Consume. And then we'll do a holdover on the Engulfed in Smoke. Okay, so overall, we are dramatically stronger than we once were. We have not solved all of our life's problems, but we have mitigated them to a high and noble degree. Okay, so you're gonna go there, there, there. Okay, we'll wait on the other Lady of the House for reasons. I will wait on that. Alright, we'll leave it as is. Oh, you have haste, don't you? Well, so be it. Right, you're gonna get a whole bunch of corruption, but that's fine. In the meantime, I'm gonna gain a fair bit of gold, which I like. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't kill the collector, because I can never kill a goddamn collector. And by moving you guys with a cave-in, I would lose the boiler room, but I could gain a lady of the house and stuff. I think we just accept it and do this and cry. Oh well, so be it. Goodbye, collector. And we're still gaining a bunch of extra gold with the tycoons. It just would be nice to be gaining more gold. Okay, so you're gonna die now. I could save you. But I could also not worry about that. Okay. I am overall fairly weak still, but it's working. It's fine. It's all good. Also, like, having a holdover in Golden Smoke is definitely nice. Yeah, we should get the kill after doing this. The Tycoon is going to burn out, whatever. Because, again, my actual level attack is fairly low. And we almost made it there without him burning out. If we'd gotten the other lady of the house on that floor, we could have done it, but that's okay. Don't need Void Binding, don't need Feast, though it's sort of okay for us. Ember Cache is a no in this instance. Devoured Death is a no, no, no. And Devoured Death is kind of cute, but it doesn't help, and I already have capacity problems. So the removals are pretty okay. Don't know what we'd want for Merchant of Arms, but like capacity room would be pretty helpful. Artifacts are maybe good, and I can definitely afford extra since I have a decent amount of golds and I have guild marker. I do admittedly kind of want to go here, though I don't know what I would mostly want to find. Like, Chain of Gems would be decent. Getting Fade's First Blade and... Why can I not think of what it's called? The thing that increases the amount of burnout whenever you get it. That would be very good for us. But... I think overall, I just want to go to the left here. Yeah, that's fine. Inferno Room is not bad for us, but I think not what I want to take. No, that's not what I was hoping for. Okay, so we're going to get rid of him. We're going to get rid of at least a cave-in, because I haven't been using them. I had a different plan, and they're certainly not working out. And then I think we just make Wax and Spike number 2. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, whatever. Didn't quite get what I wanted, but that's okay. So, you go there, you go there, you go there, and then Lady of the House, and I guess Wickless Tycoon, even though it probably is incorrect. Also, I should have played you behind, not in front. Okay, I will leave you to die. I'm gonna play that there so I don't give myself more sap on mid-floor. Okay, this is a thing. Yeah, I'm gonna take some pyro damage, but that's okay. We more or less knew this was gonna happen. Okay. Didn't totally want to use those all up, but it did make my ladies quite a bit stronger. Ow, I did take a fair bit of damage. Oh well. Yeah, them having reanimate does fuck with us a bit, but that's fine. We knew this going in. And more or less, I should be at a point now where we're fine, because, like, Penumbra can definitely take out this guy. And then the morsels and all that can be the cleanup crew, and we're okay. It's fine, I tell you. And I'm still gaining a bit of extra gold. I'm not, like, doing a great job with it, but we're getting some extra gold. But yeah, I'm still just so happy with the change to Lady of the House. It's a good change. Definitely a very warranted change. They would go behind, so I wouldn't be able to kill them necessarily. I just had a thought of cave-inning these guys so I have more units on this floor to kill, so I get a little bit more gold from the Tycoon. Doesn't work that way. It's not gonna help. So here we are. And thus he's dead, I tell you. Oh, we did take 20 damage though. 21 damage even. Ember Forge still sucks. Don't need Prism Retrieval. Don't need the Grovel. Don't need Crushing Demise. Willing to take Resin Removal, even at 2 cost. I think we're going here. Looking for either Smidge Stone or Multi-Strike, or both would be pretty solid. Although getting Remove Consume here would also be good, and we could dupe something. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing. The fact that Ember Forge is +2 for -2 space, though, and costs Ember compared to Engine Upgrade, just I don't get how Shiny Shoes equates Ember to space. It's, yeah, I mean, they're not really comparable, Ember Forge and Engine Upgrade. Because there's a lot of other factors, like Engine Upgrade can be made deployable. Ember Forge is not a banner unit, so isn't going to show up in deployment phase. Yada, yada, yada. But mostly it's that Ember Forge is just a bad unit, regardless. I did forget that Crucible Extension is 2 cost. That's what I came here to look. In my mind, it's still a 1 cost, but... Or not still, but is a 1-cost thing. Don't know why I think that, because it's never been 1 cost. It was 2 costs as a spell, it's 2 costs as a room. But, regardless, yeah, I think we're going here. We're going to dupe a Lady of the House, maybe, and then take capacity from this upgrade. You know, that would be nice to dupe after getting some more upgrades. Sure. Could also do this. Could also do a Holy Stone. Holy Stone, honestly, kind of cute for me. Just because I'm sort of gaining extra Ember with the Boiler Room. I'm going to do that, I guess. And this I'll do just because I have the gold for it. Could Intrinsic Dripfall. Still could Intrinsic Cave In and then avoid taking the extra capacity. I mean, maybe that's just what I do. I think that is probably what I do. Yeah, that's fine. Sure, enjoy. Yeah, I don't need the making of morsels at all. There's a lot of things I don't need, to be clear, but regardless, so we take that, we make another Lady of the House, sadly not upgraded. Oh well, that's fine. Okay, so we don't have as much Ember as I want still, but we have enough for this. And then you... I guess we do it like that. And then unfortunately we didn't draw what we wanted. Could give you a buff, but it's not enough to kill any of these. So... yeah, the problem is once you have a damage shield, that is actually a problem for us. I mean, I can afford to take some damage on the Pyre. It's not the end of the world. It's really not what I want, though. New toys I see. Yep. How you doing, Banhammer? Alright, well. Snarky status quo. What? This is my status quo in general. Yes, I understood now. Yeah. Alright, it's still not great. We're gonna take some Pyre damage unless I can draw things at the right order, but we're at least in better shape now. But yeah, I probably should have skipped on one of the Morsel Makers and played out another Lady of the House, and that almost certainly would have been a better play for me. I can at least do these, which helps. Yeah, I'm gonna take a lot of Pyre damage at this rate, though. Because then you get 2 damage shields, you get 1 from Kale and 1 from the Cherub, because I still haven't killed that. And then I have to wait until I can kill you, which feels real bad. We do have resin removal. Okay, so let's do that and that. And then we can get rid of your damage shields. And then you do this as a resolve trigger, so at least you're not going to buff something that remains. Still not perfect, but that's okay. Okay, I will just take the Vengeful Shard damage. That's fine. Okay. Alright, res removal is a good time to draw that. Okay, we'll do it like that. And then that. And then I guess I'll wait another turn on the Prismal Dust. Anyways, I'm glad we drew the res removal, because that's what I was hoping to draw on that turn. Well, I would like to do this on a turn where I don't have those. Also, having the 2 Tycoons on the floor means I am building up a lot of extra money. Anyways, we're going to do this and gain some HP back. I do take 1 damage this turn for the shard, so it's not quite as good as I want, but that's fine. It makes up a little bit for the damage we took. And then one of the Tycoons is burning out, and so we get a little bit of extra gold from his death. And then we move on with our life. We don't want Wickless Recruitment. Don't really need the Kindle, but I kind of want to take it. Fuck it, we'll take it. We already have Permafrost on one of the Wax and Spikes, so that's fine. We're definitely taking Ember because I really need more deployment Ember. And then we're going here and then here, I guess. Multi-strike. Do I really need Smidgestone now? Not really with the intrinsic Cave-In, but I could maybe get rid of Cave-In if I wanted to. I guess we're still gonna do it. It's technically still helpful, kind of. Yeah, that doesn't really matter. Iron Tongue! So there's the sweep equipment. Unit's attack is set to 30, cannot be changed, and they gain sweep. It's sort of okay for us. Because we can just, like, give it to a Tycoon or whatever. Yeah, we'll take it, I guess. Plus, it's another card to master. Glutton 3, enjoy. Yeah, honestly, I could just get rid of the Calcified Ember, but we're not going to worry about it. Nobody goddamn likes the Silence Dude. Me before the patch, Shiny Shoe won't ever make a sweep equipment, Shiny Shoe, and I took that personally. Yeah, to be fair, like, they had to be really careful with it. And depending on how it performs, like, I could see them changing its, like, locked attack value. But, yeah, like, it is intriguing that they finally made a sweep equipment. Plague Doctor with it seems nuts. It's definitely good. Most use cases for it aren't actually that strong. Or at least not as strong as people are expecting them to be. That was the wrong ordering. Don't mind me. But yeah, there are a couple good ways to utilize it, but a lot of them are just sort of okay. But Plague Doctor certainly is among the much better options. Okay, doesn't matter how we buff them. Yes, look at all that extra gold. And then somehow we don't have the ability to kill you. I mean, it's fine, we're getting tons of extra gold as is, but it does just feel bad that I don't have any way to get that. Because I was hoping I'd have, like, the Dripfall, or the Lady of the House, or the Cave-In, like, any of the above. And somehow, just not an option. Okay, regardless, we have tons of attack. Or tons of Ember. I think we're still going to do that. And then we're going to do that. Could have also healed for a bunch, but I really wanted the extra attack first. Sure, we'll do that and that. You can join the main floor. And then we're definitely going to use the Prismal Dust before the end of the battle just so we can get the HP from it. Unfortunately... yeah, I think this is still better than next turn, so we'll just take the heal. Because we weren't killing this guy, which means that we would have come in with less Ember. Yeah, I'll let you burn out. We can gain some gold from that. Not that I, don't already have a ton of gold, but, who am I to turn down free gold? Would have wanted this earlier. Don't care about it now. Don't care about the others. Don't care about those. And then we're going here, and we're hoping for remove consume. Don't need exploding candle. Cleansing water is fine. Mostly at this point, he just gets rid of reanimate occasionally. Purified soul shard does a little bit of work for me. That is worth having. Holdover, maybe. It's probably on the resin removal. Okay. Either way, we'll do that. I guess I'll buy this just because I got plenty. None of those help. Holdover. I guess resin removal. Kind of want to do that, but it doesn't really matter. I'll do it on the Kindle. The only thing we potentially want on the Kindle is Spell Chain. So we're going to remove, consume that. We're going to Permafrost that. We're going to minus cost that. We're going to purge some stuff, I guess. Mostly this doesn't matter. I might just get rid of the other engulfed in smoke. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. As long as I've got the one engulfed in smoke, like, that's all that matters. How good is the update? It's great. There's like a couple things that I wish would have gotten changed that didn't, but aside from that, very happy with it. And I think we're making another lady of the house here. Alright, so how much capacity do I need now? So they're going on bottom floor alongside you. And so then on mid floor, we do have one that has smidge stone. So we do actually have enough capacity, because it's another than 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, we should be fine. It's a horrible update if you love to infinites. I mean, sort of. The infinites are still there for the most part. They just made the super easy ones either impossible or harder to do, which is overall good for the game. I thought double that Kindle would be crazy. Yeah, that would have been nice, but just like getting another 2 attacks is also very good. Okay, so you go there, and there, and there. And then we have exactly enough ember for the rest of this. So you go there, there, there. I guess we do it like this. I don't think it really matters. No more Razor Sharp Edge cheese now. To be fair, I thought they would have patched it earlier. The only reason they didn't patch it earlier, at least I'm assuming, is because with the game being on multiple platforms, namely with it being on consoles like Switch and PlayStation, PS5, the patch process for consoles is a lot more involved. It has to go through a lot of like testing and approvals, and so it's much harder for them to put out just a lot of like small patches. And so it's not necessarily worth it for them to do the like intermediary patches, especially when it's an exploit and it is bad, but it's not really like breaking the game. And like, if people don't want to engage with it, they don't have to. So anyways, I assume that's the logic more or less, is that it's not great, but it's not that big a deal if it has to be skipped for a bit. Okay, so I kind of want to do the resin removal. Yeah, you know what? I will do it. And I'll still do this because even with 0 Ember, it still gives me 8 Burnout, which does represent a bunch of attack for the ladies of the house. We unfortunately don't have Boiler Room up yet, so we're not getting the extra Ember. Now we are. And then we wait on the Kindle for at least next turn. Okay, well, we keep waiting because we want to do it when we have... There we go. Now we kill you. Honestly, didn't realize that he was not dying before that, but here we are. Yeah, we want to do it when we have the Wax and Spike. So... Alright, extra 80 attack on everybody, 8 more burnout, which again represents a lot of bonus attack on them. The sweep from the Iron Tongue takes out a bunch of the weak little dudes, and then we just kind of cleave through them. Yes, yeah, I'm so happy with the way the Lady of the House changed, because, like, I, in particular, have, like, really long wanted them to get rid of any of the, like, vanilla units, essentially. And, like, you know, the change to Lady of the House is pretty simple, but it's cool. Makes her into a real meaningful unit. I haven't tried merging Iron Tongue with Equalizing Rings. I'd assume the 30 attack would trump the HP becomes attack. Even more than that, you just can't. It's blocked from merging those two. Gives you a bit of extra use out of plus burnout stuff. Yeah, it's just like... It's a design space that was unexplored with Remnant before, and there's already a lot of support for it in Clan. And so it's nice for them to have something that works well with it. And it turned Lady of the House from a bad unit into a legitimately good, solid unit. Also made it so that it combos pretty nicely with, like, Lady of the Reformed. There's just a lot of good things you can do. Kind of like how Howl Drippings doesn't feel as bad as it used to. I mean, Howl Drippings was a good card before the change. Honestly, didn't need the change. I think it's an okay change, though not totally convinced that it needs to go up to 1 Ember. I mean, the 1 Ember's fine. But, yeah, it's... The extra attack scaling on it is nice. But it was already a useful card before this. It just was somewhat niche, and now it's slightly less niche. 9% of the time when I had Howl Drippings and started, it was like, at least it consumes. Yes, that is sort of the reason I expect that it got changed. But it's fine to have some sort of dead cards in your starters. Again, real happy that Glutton Penumbra doesn't just naturally die here, now that it has the extra HP. A small but important change. I should have actually put you behind. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so most importantly, that comes out. Yeah, whatever. Play the Vengeful Shard, I guess. I am definitely going to take some damage across this fight. No, I don't care all that much. Okay. I do want the boiler room before I try to do all this stuff. I mean, it's sort of fine even if I do it without the boiler room, but I would like the boiler room. Especially because I am spending a lot of Ember each turn. Okay, now the question is, do I want to use the Kindle into the Wax and Spike? I mean, yeah, probably. It's just that I also could have saved it to use with the Prismal Dust and then healed for a bunch to put myself back up to full health at the end of this fight, which would also be kind of cute. But I don't really care about the score all that much. And doing this now does help me take down Savagery much faster. The number is eventually going to die here. Today he's just getting constantly increasing corruption, and I don't have any way to give him lifesteal. Could use the Prismal Dust on him, though, I guess. You'll also do the Engulfed in Smoke, but you know what? Fine to do that. It would be nice to save it later to heal more. It doesn't actually bother me. I don't play these runs for score. And we're already going to get a pretty decent score regardless. Why not resident removal to save champion? Honestly, because I forgot, even though I should. But essentially, mostly I am playing on autopilot at this point. But you're 100% correct. That is the right thing to do. I mean, it's nice to keep getting rid of the sap on these guys, but they can afford to have sap for one turn, basically. Yeah, I also don't really need to save my champion, though. Alright, because now Savagery and Entropy both go down, and we avoided Savagery's damage for this turn. And then that happens, and then we just need to wait for the shot. And there we go. How exciting! I didn't even see what my score was because I accidentally clicked past it. That's okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We see the run score right here. Ooh, and we mastered Iron Tongue. Side note, like, it's pretty cool to see the art for all the new cards, because a lot of these, the last time I played with them, didn't have art in, and so I'm seeing a lot of this art for the first time. It's good art. I enjoy it. Yeah, anyways, there's another win. Lady of Bringing Down the House. She's a solid unit now. Like, a hefty improvement. Yeah, anyways, that was a run. I still have to master a whole bunch of cards. Including the new cards now. Anyways, who are we playing next? So I'm trying to do each clan one of their champions, and then we'll go back through and do the others. So we have already done Banished and Pyreborn and Luna and Underlegion. Bit of a shame that we already did Bolette, so I can't, like, do a run with his new path yet. I mean, we could always just, like, play it anyways. But I am trying to do the crowns since we still have those to do. So we have Lazarus that we need to do. Still need to do Hellhorns. And I think it's Remnant. Yeah, okay. So we need to do Lazarus, Hellhorns, and Remnant. And that makes sense, because then we should have only 10 to do. Okay, so let's do, I think maybe Hellhorn next, maybe Lazarus. But I kind of wanted to do, yeah, let's just do Grail, I guess. I was going to leave Grail for one of the last 10, but we'll do Grail right now. Grail Underlegion, finally get rid of that gold crown. Grail Underlegion. Probably want the Spore Touch. Neither is an amazing starter, but I do value the backline access, so we'll take that. It's also sort of nice in that I can kill my assistants if I need to, and yada yada yada. And of course, it's the worst buyer. I mean, it's not the worst, but it's not my favorite. That's a lot of equipment to start. And Spore Launcher is a good unit that is maybe not going to be helpful here. Deepwood Oil is interesting, especially in a world where we have grafts. Because every time we equip, we would gain the 10 arm. Man, if only you get shrooms. I mean, I don't care about that. And if we really need to spawn things, we can get spawn cards later. Artificial Pyrostone is real good, though, and especially in a world where both Test Subject Alpha and Organ Harvester went up in cost, it is extra useful here. Baron Grail plus 4 equipment cards, then you have equipment covered. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're maybe taking the oil, though. Yeah. It's a bit weird, but we're going to take that. God, I hate Learning Limb. We're taking Living Armory. I mean, I like the idea of Learning Limb. It's just bad and lame is the problem. Okay, so... all they needed was to make it floor-wide and problem resolve. Learning Limb? I mean... what do you mean by that? Because if you mean, like, change it so that equipment played anywhere on Grail's floor rather than Grail himself is affected, it already works that way. If you mean anywhere on the train, that's a whole different story. But that's also not what you said. I really just wanted one of the erratic assistants this turn. Okay. Wait, have I been bamboozled by Learning Limb this whole time? I don't know. You tell me, Tiny, but that is how it works. Okay, so let's start an infusion and then build upon that infusion. And then you can have a buddy. And then we can't play out the other buddy. But we were killing these guys. We are getting an equipment for next turn. And then you die. We'll swap that one out, but we still get the attack bonuses, which is what we care about. We're going to do that so you die. Yeah, this is so unnecessary, but I'm going to do it anyways. We're going to use that now so we can start propagating. And I'm going to play one of you out just for reasons. Just because it's unlikely that we draw them next turn anyways. I mean, it worked out. It's fine. Here we go. Not that I need to do this. We very much have the kill on top floor. They've made this run, the Hoarders. Yeah, we got a lot of equipment already. Oh no, he made it to top floor. However shall we handle such a fate? And we then beat him to death very quickly. Okay, now if we can just replace the train steward with, like, any unit that matters, we'll be in better shape. Don't love that. Explosive reaction is fine. Hate Malachus Pyre. But at least it's not entropy. These are not incredibly helpful for me, but at this point, any equipment is still pretty decent for me. I don't really want the Calcified Ember. Whatever. Just in case we need it, I'm going to take the Twisted Assistant. Reanimate Green Recruit is cute, but not particularly helpful. Infectory is sort of interesting. Oh man, that avarice on that assistant though. Yep, you know it. I mean, we can take another loam coat. Don't think we need another loam coat. I might take the infectory though. Also, I didn't even look at what we're up against. We're up against savagery and spikes. The spikes doesn't bother me too much. Savagery does. I'll take the infectory. I'm not sure we're gonna put it to good use though, but that's fine. We definitely want this. Multi-strike is very appealing here. Well, hulking mass is lame. I will tell you right now, hulking mass is like the #1 disconnect unit that I have with a number of kind of more casual players that I see. Like, it's an okay unit, but it is the unit among all of Lazarus's banners that I probably draft the least by a wide margin. And I see tons of people, especially on the Discord, saying, like, oh, hulking mass is, like, the best Lazarus unit, or, like, best next to test subject alpha. And, like, it's fine, but it's not that great. And, like, Lazarus is filled with so many better units. Like, Meat Hook is really good. Test subject alpha is great. Plague Doctor is solid. If I want a tanky unit, I probably want the Golem, makeshift Golem, more than this. Yada, yada, yada. Anyways, it's a fine unit. It's just that it's almost never actually useful for you. Especially because if you're building enough reanimate to make this important, you could also generally just tank with reanimate if you needed to. Anyways, we're taking Meat Hook. It's getting multi-strike. We're off to the races. Hulking mass with battering ram. I mean, sort of, but there's a lot of weird hoops to jump through there. But that is a cute idea. We're gonna get rid of one of these guys just because I already don't have enough capacity for everything. But, like, I know part of it is that a lot of players are still really, like, stuck on the idea that you need a tank unit, essentially. And so they're like, oh, hulking mass is a very good tank unit. And, like, technically kind of true. But also, you don't need a tank unit. You just need defensive scaling. And there's a lot of ways to get defensive scaling that are not reliant on a unit that is, like, built to tank. And generally, it's more important that you devote those resources to, you know, your scaling of some sort instead. Sure, I guess we'll do this and just wipe out... I mean, I can do this since I'm already not playing the Ember anyways. And I guess we just use that there. 100% wasn't paying attention to the fact that I wasn't actually killing all the guys on top floor. That's on me, but whatever. Okay, we'll give you the infectory. Yeah, you don't quite die. This is the only problem with Deepwood Oil. This makes it hard to kill my graft units. Still good for me overall, though. And I guess if I was going to play you out here, I should have done it before doing the Grail equip, but it doesn't really matter. God, and you have regen, too? I forgot that you had that. Whatever, it's fine. And yes, I could be using the Meat Hook to prevent my units from dying. It didn't matter to me. Here we are. Sure, we'll play that there, even though the rally is wasted. Kill your buddy, do some damage to you, who cares? I suppose I should have used the Meat Hook there, because it would be refreshed by the time the boss gets to top floor anyways. We're going to get rid of this, even though it takes some pyre damage. But what is pyre damage, really? Okay. I suppose there we actually probably should have equipped on... I mean, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. We have the kill here. Everything's fine. Your days for multiple turns. Have some decay just for good measure. Every single thing is fine. I don't need multi-strike assistant. I'll just take another potion kit, I guess. Proliferate. Maybe. I don't really have anything to proliferate. That's easily changed, kind of. Sure, I'll take it. I don't think we need it, but it's not a bad card. Okay, so healing is not bad. I don't really have any spells that I want to do anything with because 90% of my deck is unit/equipment. Don't need the Underlegion banner. If there were a dupe here, I would take it, but there's not. Yeah, we're going here. Maybe I make Infectory deployable. Inferno Room is sort of okay. No, we should be fine without Inferno Room. I shouldn't need that. Kind of. What I need is... Oh, that's unfortunate. Because Meat Hook already has an ability. I don't remember if this gave extra max health before Benevolence. I think that might have been changed in the update. Don't remember. Whatever, that's fine. I'm not really using the Spore Launcher. I'll just give him upgrade. That was changed in the update. That's what I thought. I just don't run into that all that often, so didn't remember for sure. Okay, so... I might just want to make one of the potion kits deployable here. Could also do the Infectory. I think I probably want the potion kit so that I have some attack buff guaranteed at the beginning. And the Infectory honestly doesn't matter that much to me. Especially because I am gaining armor off Deepwood Oil. I don't know, fuck it, for good measure, we'll take that. I already have way more equipment than I probably need, but it is nice to shift a little bit away from the graft units to stuff I don't have to wait for it to die. So... You're gonna go there, 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 and then... Yeah, I guess we'll do that. And then, because we already have dualism on our favorite friend, we just do that. Do I want to play this here? Or do I want to play it here as an extra Grail Buddy? You know what? You, my friend, have been promoted to Grail Buddy. We're gonna do damage shield, so we can propagate that, I guess. I don't know, doesn't really matter. I wish there was a sheath or something to freeze equip cards in Lazarus, to be honest. I mean, yeah, maybe. Yeah, this is the problem. I need you to die, and the fact that you have a regen is extra annoying. I mean, it's probably because I dazed him, but... so what are you taking currently? You're taking 9? Alright. Oh, that's not enough. Never mind. Well. You also don't die, but whatever. I might do that just because you have the damage shield and the rage. Yeah, fine. I'll do this. I'll take the vengeful shard damage. I probably could get away without doing that, but here we are. Oh, look. You're dazed again. How exciting. Well, I guess we hold on to that. Doesn't really matter. And now we have the extra defense of having some fungi to block the way. You know what? Fuck it. We'll do that. Doesn't matter. Nope, not really. But I guess we'll do it. We have enough equipment for Grail as is, so just having some more units is vaguely helpful, I guess. Oh. Goodbye, trample, yada yada yada. Who cares? Keep forgetting that Benevolence is not the one that moves him forward. I know that's Courage, but I keep thinking that it is both of them that move forward. Doesn't matter. But still. God, his 43 attack. Yeah, turns out Siphon Archeon is scary, but even with his high attack, we easily have it. And then especially when he's then dazed for multiple turns, it's just so much not a problem. Okay, look at us go. Well, Deadly Variant doesn't matter. We're not applying sap, so that doesn't help. Could take the Combustion Suit, or we can take the Mitosis Cap. Actually, I'm probably taking the Mitosis Cap, because I was going to dupe the Meat Hook already. And if I can dupe the Meat Hook for free, maybe I just want to do that. On the other hand, I don't really have anything else I super want to dupe. But this way, I don't have to route for dupes at least. I don't know. We'll take it. I get the Calcified Ember, yada yada yada. None of these matter to us. I guess I could have taken the Puffball, but whatever. Well, I was gonna go here to dupe, but in a world where I don't need to dupe, maybe I just want to go to the left? Yeah, let's go here. Did the change cap cannot be equipped to cardless units this patch or before? It, I believe, always couldn't be equipped on cardless units. Nope, don't really need the graft, especially because it doesn't make them cost 0. We're definitely doing Living Armory. Cleansing Water is fine, but not that exciting for us. Probably not, but also I don't have consume cards. I have 1 consume card. Or we're going to take Gross Michelle. I don't really care about any of these. I mean, Perkio's kind of cute. I'm just gonna take Yorick. It barely matters. I've got 1 consume card that who knows if we'll actually see it in each battle. I don't care. Don't need cleansing water, but it's not bad. Yeah, I will take Jack Strips, I think. Kind of wanted Ever-Churning Soil. I didn't take it. What I really wanted was, why am I blanking on the name? Artificial Firestone. That's what I wanted. Or Firestone housing, so I can maybe get Smidge Stone or more multi-strike on Meat Hook. Either of those would have been exciting. Okay. Okay, I'll get rid of that right now. So let you join in on the fun. Suppose I don't need you to be on bottom floor, since, like, Jack Strips would already kill a lot of the backliners for you. Also, I forgot to use this the last turn. That's fine. Whatever, we'll take the shard damage. Who cares? Okay, at least I have the Spore Touch, so I don't have to let that go by. I can just daze you. Yeah, I mean, you're still all dying because they have multi-strike and abundance, but, like, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, you come home from work to a Sal Monster Train 2 stream. Great end to an absolutely horrible day. Well, I'm sorry to hear that your day was horrible, but I'm glad that I can make your day somewhat better, my friend. Ugh, God, you're not dying, and now you're going to be locked behind things. That's fine. I should have played him elsewhere, but it's whatever. It's not like we need his trample equipment. And technically, if I really want to, I can still get him killed. It's just harder. Alright, we gained that sweet extra gold off of York. That's something. Oh, man. Alright, yeah, Ajax is gonna have a bad time. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I don't really need to keep my fungi alive, but we could. I could put the other loam coat on it if I see it, speaking of. You know what, just for you, my good dude. Enjoy. We just need to make sure we don't replace the mitosis cap on our buddy. Also, just be dazed for a couple turns, because why not? And then we very easily beat him to death. Okay. Holdover Acid Shower is pretty cute. I don't think I need it, but it is kind of cute. Do I want Acid Shower? Kind of. I don't think it really matters to me, but I'm just intrigued by the idea. You know what? Fine. I'll take it. Fun guy in a suit. It's cute. We're gonna skip these, though. Right. Merchant of Magic, again, basically doesn't matter to me. But there's an artifact here, and the removals or something. So I guess no synergy with the unstable so far. Only equipments. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not worried about that. Okay. Yeah, I will take Dante's Footstool. At the moment, it technically does something for me. In the future, it might do a lot for me. We'll start by getting rid of these. So be it. Now, I can spend 35 gold to make that consume, in which case, then it gives me 25 gold every time it's played thereafter. It's kind of cute. Sure, it doesn't matter, but I'll do it anyways. And then we're going to minus cost this. Could minus cost it with Permafrost instead, though, in case we don't want to draw it every turn. Fine. Obviously, that is more expensive. No, I don't care that much at the moment. My deck is sort of inconsequential in that we mostly just see the same stuff every turn. So these are the Misshapen Fiends. And by we see the same stuff every turn, I mean the stuff we see largely doesn't matter that much because it's some manner of equipment, and as long as we have some equipment, that's what we care about. Yeah, so how do I want to do this? I think we still want to set up on top floor, that we are going to get a dude killed to do it. Okay, we'll set up like this. I guess. And then, yep, sure enough, we have a sucker to stand in front. And then I guess we'll do that there and there, so you start propagating damage shields. Oh, yeah. Okay, and the Fungi is the one who got all the corruption, which is what we wanted. We just didn't want Grail to get the corruption, though with propagating damage shields, it doesn't matter a ton. Sure. Wrong order, so what? Whatever. And then Jack Strips remains a fairly potent force here, as it kills those reanimate guys. Yeah, I'll make another of these, even though I think that's maybe the wrong choice. Because I just don't have capacity to play them. But, hey. Oh, I didn't realize I was actually taking hits on my damage shields. It's fine. Well, we'll get rid of that. And let's get rid of that and gain some sweet gold. And then play this nowhere. Play that there, I guess. I could Acid Shower, but legitimately, who cares? I have not been using the Meat Hook ability, and I should. But it is what it is. Especially since I have two of them, I can stagger it, so I use one every turn. And so like the Axemen, whatever they're called, the Harvest Dudes, will never actually get to attack us if we don't want them to. Enjoy your unstable, I guess. I don't know, none of this matters. We definitely have the win on top floor. Yeah, whatever. Suppose I could have played this out so Grail would be propagating regen as well. Ta-da! Well, we do a whole lot of murder, and then also I have a third Meat Hook that I don't have anywhere to play it. But that's fine. Surgical Strike is kind of cute. Risky Operation doesn't matter a ton. I mean, it is just a zero-cost attack buff, which is fine, but it's not particularly useful. We do want Faulty Body. I'll take the Surgical Strike, I guess, though at this point we're drafting a whole bunch of things that don't matter. God, Truffles is bad to begin with, but also Dualism Truffles is meaningless. I don't know. I'll take it, I guess, just because he technically generates equipment for me. But on a 3-turn cooldown on a non-banner unit, the chances that we get any real value out of it is very low. Fake streak is a streak. Oof. I could take Twin Mind so I can copy consume cards so I can proc Perkeo more often. We already saw the other mix thing, but my only source of mixing is the potion kit, so I don't know. It's a shame. Doesn't really matter. Twisting Mycelium is fine. I'll take that, I guess. I don't really care about that. Equipping a friendly unit restores the full health I don't care about. I'll take the Ember Staff. These are not what I wanted, though. No Mix-a-Lot yet. Nope. I haven't seen it on this run yet. Yeah. Weapons cache we do want. Weapons cache is actually pretty solid for us. And we got it even though I had the Infectory as well. So. Do I actually want that there? I think I still do, because I think I want to set these guys up on bottom floor, and I think we want to do it this way. But yeah, the fact that it -2s them is pretty good for me. Although I think I maybe don't want to use the Mitosis Cap anymore. Yeah, we'll do it like this so I can end with the potion kit. And then you go up here just so we can daze Kale on sight. Oh, I forgot that that was the interaction. So we have the Fun Guides created by the Twisting Mycelium, and so I also end up drawing another potion kit here, which is pretty silly. Yeah, anyways, that's the thing. Already forgot that I have Versatile Ember Staff. Well, you're gonna go there, I guess, and Daze, and what have you got for us? Bloodthirsty Blade. Oh, so helpful. Well, I have assistance that I can't get killed, but so be it. Alright, and the fungi absorb all the corruption, which is nice. Even if they didn't, we can handle... Oh, and I did take Surgical Strike for just such a thing. Already forgot about that. Okay, enjoy. Why not? Okay. Unfortunately, I can't kill you with the Surgical Strike. And your stupid regen makes you heal. Whatever. So be it. So I should have used the ability on the Spore Launcher. Even though it is largely inconsequential. Okay, you can have that now since we're going to propagate. And then let's just super daze Kale for the sake of it, even though it's probably better to daze like you. Oh, and then we hit one of them, which then dies, and then procs the unstable, which then kills the others, and then the rest of our hits go in on Kale. Turns out Acid Shower is sort of better than it looks. Well, fine. Well, in some worlds where we can keep Truffles alive, he sort of does something for us. It's not a lot of good for us, but it's something. Anyways. I have nowhere to play you. I just have too many everythings. Especially since I'm generating the fungi each turn as well. So I think I forgot to daze Kale last turn with my meat hook on top floor. Doesn't matter. Here we are. You're dead. You're dead. I thought I had another one. I guess I was probably thinking of you, who I cannot kill. Don't want to play the Mitosis Cap. May as well just explode that one before we have to sink any attacks into them. And before they attack into our fungi. Sure. Oh boy, Windblade, so helpful. I mean, the only reason we care is because it's just more equipment. We don't care what equipment it is, basically, just that it is equipment. Which is partly what makes Truffles bad. It's only really useful in specifically a situation like this, where we have some way that we can keep it alive, and we have an Artificer / Equip trigger, of which there's only a couple in the game. Like, that's really the only major situation where we're getting any true use out of it. I wasn't expecting to draw into the Surgical Strike again, but fair. Okay. Ta-da! Well, that was pretty clean. Unearthed treasure does not help us. There's Mix-a-Lot, And the Great Decay, the new cards for Lazarus and Underlegion. So, Mix-a-Lot. 3 cost. Mix 5 times, randomly selecting each infusion, which is pretty good value. I mean, sometimes you're going to like low roll and not hit what you want, but at 5 mixes each use, it is a lot of value. And the Great Decay is a consume card that applies consume and -1 to all spells in your deck, which is really interesting for an edge deck. And like, you know, generally pretty good. I really like the idea of Great Decay. It's a niche card, but it can really shine in some things. Also with the way that Remove Consume currently works, where you can't have Consume re-added mid-battle, you can still end up with just like a deck where everything's a very select few cards you care about don't get or end up getting removed. Wormkin will love this card, yeah, for sure, if they come back. Unfortunately, like thinking about it, Wormkin probably are going to need some of my favorite cards changed, just to avoid infinites and other things. Unless they get rid of that interaction where you can't have consume re-added mid-combat. But we'll see how things go. I mean, who's to know if they're actually going to bring Wormkin back regardless. I'd be very surprised if they didn't, but, you know, they haven't announced whether they will or not, so who knows. I kind of want to take one of these just to master them, but legitimately neither one is helpful for me. Yeah, we'll just skip it. There's going to be plenty of times where we will put them to use. We're going to take more capacity, even though the Ember would be nice. Okay, so that doesn't help. But does duping anything help? I guess duping some equipment maybe helps here. What I need is I need the Merchant of Arms so I can make the weapons cache deployable. That's what I need. Nonetheless, let's go here, I guess. I don't know. I don't need the healing. Who knows what the event will give me. Living Armory 3 it is. Sure, we'll do that. Holdover doesn't matter. None of this really matters. I could do a second acid shower. Was the update free or is it some DLC? It's just free. They've announced that they have a DLC coming eventually, but so far, just free update. I think the roadmap shows another free update and then a paid DLC, I think is what the case is. Though I forget what's in the next updates. Or specifically the next update. I know the DLC, they said that there's going to be a new game mode and a new clan. Yeah, I guess let's just do the Swift Steel Dagger. I don't know. Who cares? I could get rid of the Infectory. We don't super need it now. If I get rid of that, then I'm guaranteed to get the weapons cache, but I could also just make the weapons cache deployable. DLC is going to drop with patch, including Wormkin, in my opinion. I mean, it's possible. I know one of them, I think it was the DLC one, includes a note on the roadmap saying a return of a fan favorite or a highly requested something from the fans or whatever. So that could be Wormkin. You know, obviously people have been clamoring for Wormkin from day one. Exactly, that's pretty much the wording. Yeah, 100%. But I would guess that that's Wormkin, but I have no actual idea. Alright, we're gonna get rid of Mitosis Cap, because I can't imagine a world where I actually want this going forward. Unless I, like... I mean, I guess maybe I could have just made more meat hooks and then, like, made more truffles. The problem is, like, I can't daze entropy during the Titan fight, and so meat hooks on a different floor will just die anyways. Well, it's not entirely true. I guess I do have Twisting Mycelium to protect them. Doesn't matter either way. I don't have the deployment ember for them. It's not a big deal. It'd be nice if a new clan was also in the DLC. I mean, that's the speculation, because it does say that there is a new clan coming in the DLC. And so, presumably, then the new clan would be an actual new clan, and the returning fan favorite would be Wormkin. Yeah, turns out Weapon Barracks is real good for us. Yeah, just 145 attack on 3 backliners, turn 0. Just leave my perfect Insanity alone, I'll be happy. Yeah. Mostly, like, the card I'm worried about is them changing, yeah, this shouldn't stop them from dropping the graphs. Mostly the thing I'm worried about is them changing Return Soul. Like, I don't care about the draw ones. Like the cards that draw mid-turn. Oh, I forgot to use the infusion. Who cares? Whatever. Y'all got any more of them equipment? Yeah, it turns out the weapons cache is pretty good for us. We still might just want to get rid of what's its face? Infectory. But I don't know, we'll see what happens. There we go, now you're dying. But also, like, who knows what they would do with some of the egg units. And they would need to do something with Glug Cider. Well, that's unhelpful, but... Oh, I do have, Ember Staff, which actually ends up making this work. And yes, I did pick the worst one to be the, remainder, but that's fine. Might incur an Echo's death for Glug Cider, Shrug. Yeah, I don't know. It's impossible. I have no idea what they'd end up doing. It's just that, of all the things, that's one that legitimately does not work, as is. Yeah, I don't know, who cares, we'll just leave this be. I am still surprised you care so much about Engine Upgrade, Tiny. It's a card that basically no one gave a shit about. Which is partly why it got changed. I mean, I could just explode these guys. Yeah, why not? Who cares? And then we just daze you. Alright, and then we just have already taken care of a Thane, more or less. Resin blades. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. This is the new Remnant card, by the way. Burnout 1, Multi-Strike 1, return to hand when an equipped unit is destroyed. So it is essentially the Giraffe Infusion, though it's a bit expensive, since it's normally 2 cost, which is a bit much. Well, we'll just ignore those problems, I guess. Oh, poor Truffles. He still makes the saddest sound when he dies. Okay. Well, Athane is up to a hefty level of attack. However shall we handle such a fate? Oh no, she's got an 83 attack. However shall we deal? Oh no. Ta-da! Yeah, our deck is pretty powerful. Weapons Barracks is quite good for us. I don't know, fuck it, we'll take Horrify, who cares? Legitimately, don't need, but fine. I'll skip on those. Unfortunately, I can't keep, like, any units alive on higher floors. Well, that's not entirely true. I keep forgetting that I have Twisting Mycelium. Anyways, I'm going here, I guess. If we do end up seeing Pyrestone Housing, yeah, it still wouldn't really matter to me. It would be kind of cute if we got, like, Multi-Strike, but we're just going here. What a stunning turn of events. I don't think Wing Steel really helps us, just because I have a very limited amount of Ember. Does not matter. I'll take the Meat Shield just for the sake of it. I will maybe take the Void Armament. Sure, take a Void Armament. Well, there's the Pyrestone Housing. Cortical Connector does not matter. Catalyzing Agent. I'll take it just because I've got the money. And now I make decisions. Namely, do I care about Infectory or not? And I think the answer is no, I don't. Yeah, whatever. Here we are. Okay, so we do want to set up on bottom floor. Luckily, Weapons Cache does some real solid work for us. So we have to take a moment to wait for them to get drawn. Okay, so yeah, I guess we'll play out the Void Armament on you. And then because of that guy spawning, we get another thing already. Okay, so Daisy you. Daisy you. Daisy you. Though that is a little bit of a problem since I don't have I don't have their cooldowns up for next turn, but we can sort of mitigate that. I guess we do that. That's not really what I wanted, but that's fine. Okay, good enough. I could have killed one of my erratic assistants with a surgical strike if I needed to. I didn't. It's fine. Yeah, this is sort of the problem. I mean, I do have the surgical strike, but I don't have it on holdover, so this does get a little wonky. And I did do this in the wrong order. Fine. I guess we'll block for you. It doesn't solve the things that are causing me grief, though. But for the most part, we're going to be okay. And I sort of did this in the wrong order. That's fine. We'll put you out now. And then you can have some buddies. And then let's get to work. So first off, you're dead. And then you're dead. And you're dead. And then you become a part of the Mighty Grail. Honestly, I could also be giving you guys armor. Oh well. Okay. Okay, so we're going to give you quick because it means that when I pull one of you forward, then I can kill you, which detonates the unstable and kills the other one. And this way I don't have to use up as many of my dazes this way, which seems like a generally helpful choice. You know what? For good measure, you can have one as well. It just reduces how much damage we have incoming. And I don't hate that. Okay. Well, let's daze you a little bit. Let's pull you to the forward. And let's solve each and every problem we've ever faced in life. Sure. I could have held that melee weakness. Legitimately, I would be a lot stronger later in the fight. It doesn't matter. Oh, and I did sort of mean to daze the boss. It doesn't really matter, though. Dust Mantle, which is the new Luna card, by the way. On New Moon, Titan Skin 5, which is fine. My level of concern is relatively low. Nothing else I really want Surgical Strike, so we'll just hit you for a little bit and give you some more, and yada yada yada, here we are. I could be using more of my dazing things, but also the fact that we have quick on 2 guys now cuts into that pretty hard. Which is to say, I'm already taking care of the problem, mostly. If I weren't worried about, like, the sweep dudes, I would use it more frequently. But, I mean, even then, I have a solution. I could just trust in the solution. Yeah. Could have done this better and dazed more of these guys, but I would have had to do it before dragging the sweep dude up front. And I didn't, so overall it's not like it's really a problem, because we just do this and we do that, and everything's taken care of. Ta-da! And if we really needed to, we could have set up on a higher floor and just taken the amalgam damage, and that would have also been okay. We have plenty of HP. We could have handled that. I didn't really want to, but so wouldn't have been a big deal. Okay, look at us go. So, yeah, we'll just step on bottom floor again for reasons. Weapons cache is so good for us. Unfortunately, this one doesn't go down to 0, so I still can't play quite everything this turn. You know, just for good measure, we're gonna give that to you right now, just so that we have a way to duplicate what we were just doing. Since there are sweepers later in this fight, and there's maybe other things we're gonna want to kill. Oh, I guess I could play you out first. Wrong ordering, but that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter in the slightest. Okay, so, you are going to be dazed for 4 turns. I'm trying to remember what Wave 2 looks like. Wave 2 is all of the, corruption dudes, so we'll just do this. And then we'll give you a bit of unstable, because we can. Sure, we'll take the red infusion. Sure. Enjoy your plate mail. No, we'll do that. It doesn't really change how much damage we're taking, though, I suppose. Fair enough. Well, I wanted damage shields, but didn't get it, and also, mostly doesn't matter. Most of their dudes aren't getting hit in the first place, and when we are, we also have a bunch of armor on Grail, and also, Grail has basically done his job by this point. See you there. So be it. Yes. Okay, he's back! And still dazed for several turns. Oh no, we're getting a little bit of sap. However, will we handle that? Yeah, I think we've used up all of our loam coats already. It's not like we really have anything to be propagating. I should have given that to you because you actually have the most attacks. Who cares? Enjoy. Dazed, and then... I mean, he's dazed for more turns than he needs to be. We don't need to keep dazing him at this point. Okay. Do I want to start dazing you? I don't think so. Like, yeah, I could take less damage, but I could also end the fight in a less torturous number of turns. Ta-da. Alright, well, entropy's down now. Just waiting on Dominion. Unsurprisingly, we're reasonably good at getting rid of most of these enemies. Oh boy, it's a moonlit glaive! How exciting! Oh, you don't generate the pyrite. That's fine, whatever. I didn't need to do that. Here we are. Yeah, had I devoted one more ember to it last turn, I could have prevented him from hitting us this turn as well. Which would have been cute. But whatever. Here we go. He's dead. That was a run. It was pretty cool. I, again, really like how Weapons Barrack worked out for us there. It really shows off what it can do. I mean, it's just like a solid room regardless. Maybe too strong when giving -2 to the drawn things. Because it just makes the majority of equipment, at least non-merged equipment, makes the majority of them free. And that feels like a lot for what you're paying for it, but that's fine. Yeah, anyways, that was a run. It was fun. And that brings us to 168 crowns, and we finally got rid of the gold crown that we had. Okay. Only 12 more crowns to go, finally. Who are we playing next? So we're done with Banished, Pyreborn, Luna, Underlegion, Lazarus, Awoken Stygian, and Umbra for the cycle. So it should just be Remnant and Hellhorns for this cycle. So let's do Rector Stygian, I guess. That's the wrong one. There we go. Don't super care about either of these. I'll take the foregone power, I guess. And then we have the boring Proto-Heart Cage. Cold Kalia is okay. Not terribly impressive. Definitely better with the Wicklash. Offering Token is quite good. I don't know why I'm looking at that when I know exactly what's in there. Okay. Well, we're going to take Jack Strips, especially since we're up against Entropy, who has the very dangerous enemies. Okay, so what do we want here? As I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, though I know a bunch of you weren't here at that time, Rector, Dark Calling specifically, got updated to being an ability. So now you can use it mid-turn. It still is on a 1-turn cooldown, so you can use it every single turn. It's just that it no longer happens during the resolve, but is instead during, mid-turn whenever you want. Which is a lot better. Go Crypt Skull, try to impress me. I mean, I'm not sure I want to use that right now. Burn Bright is also decent, and we do have the Wicklashes to extend the burnout. I don't have anything that we particularly would be in good shape to utilize Dark Calling with, but maybe. I mean, Dark Calling is fine. Sure, whatever. Just for you, Tiny. We'll take Dark Calling. Marker Invasion is certainly a thing. So they're all going to die to Jack Strips no matter what. And they do 3 damage each. Okay, we'll do it like this. Yeah, I guess we put you there. Although if I put you on bottom, you'd be killing that guy. That's okay. Specifically, I want the Cold Kalia to die. Also, for some reason, I thought there were only 4 of them on this floor. There's 5. There's 4 on this floor. And I guess we'll play you anyways. Anyways, unfortunately, the Train Steward up top does take a bunch of damage. Oh well. But we can now get back both of these fun folks. Well, foregone power does nothing for us there. Oh well, so be it. Hey look, she's back. And we haven't used up either Whiplash yet, so I was about to complain that she'll have no burnout going into the boss, but that's not gonna be true. It doesn't super matter, because the boss is still just gonna kill her, but... Oh, but it is Astral. I was thinking it was Yoriel for a second. So never mind, she super just murders the boss. It takes him so long to get running that she's doing 43 damage per hit and applying some frostbite. And he stands no chance. Even if he did survive, we would just reform her again, basically. So, here we are. Molten Casement is pretty decent. Another Whiplash is pretty okay. What do we want here? What I really want is like Soul Crushing Demise. That's what I want. But failing that, yeah, we'll take the Molten Encasement, I guess. Don't want Mollusk Mage or Cuddle Hex. Don't really want the Flash Freeze. Merchant Magic, certainly good. We can do a lot of work with it. But I think we're going here. Okay. I mean, Siren of the Sea is pretty solid. I think we want to take Siren of the Sea. Even if I'm maybe not going to put it to the best use possible. That's fine. We'll take that. So I think we want Quick on you. And I kind of want to put Burnout on it as well. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. And I guess I'm going to put Endless on you. I could have put Burnout on you as well, which probably would have been useful. Regardless, we're doing Endless. We're going to kind of pivot to a slightly different plan. Yeah, I'll put you there for now. Okay, so you're going to do some damage, and then you're going to die. I could extend your thing with the Whiplash, but I kind of just want you to die is the main thing. Yeah. I guess I'm going to do that. Unfortunately, I don't really have good spells to use with the Siren Sea for the most part. Okay, so we get them both back. Now you're a lot stronger than you were. Okay, here we are. That's certainly a hand if I've ever seen one. And then you're going to die on this turn in an unhelpful way. Which is to say you don't have enough burnout, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like this so we know that we can get them back next turn. Because otherwise, if I let more things die, we'll have too many things in the Reform pool to guarantee that we hit the Cold Kalia. And that is what we want. Nope. Alright. I tried to take no damage, alas. It was not meant to be, but it's fine. There's only 1 damage right at the end. We can certainly afford that. Hell Drippings now gives attack and cost 1 in addition to doing the burnout extension. We maybe want it. Yeah, I guess. Though it doesn't totally solve my needs. What I want is some way to kill my own units consistently. That's what I want. So I do want to go for the Merchant of Magic for a number of reasons, but also I kind of want to go here looking for Inferno Room. Alright, let's look for Inferno Room. There's Inferno Room, and there's Iron Tongue, which doesn't matter to us. But Inferno Room does. And we do this in the correct order. Okay. I mean, I think I'm okay with just taking this. The higher stats on the next one would be useful, but we'll just do this. I have dug deeper enough times, Tiny. Anyways, we're doing this. We have an interesting situation at hand. Okay, you are unfortunately strong enough to murder. Oh, there's the Molten Casement that we wanted. Okay, problem solved. Also, you gained enough stats that you would have been fine anyways. Dig deeply and greedily. Nothing can go wrong. You know it. Yeah, unfortunately, it's at start of combat. It's not... Like, so she doesn't get to attack first. But... for the moment, it's a workable plan. It's basically just a way for us to force out several reforms early on. And just keep growing in strength, which is appealing to me. And then on top floor, we just grow in strength a bit. Because she's only gaining 5 HP every time she's reformed. Like, we used to do this quite a few times. It also grows the burnout, which is real nice. And currently, the Inferno Room is taking out a lot of enemies for us. And the ones that survive will also have to survive jack strips. Which might not sound like a lot, but for any of the, like, reanimate enemies, it will do a lot of work for us. Yeah. Who cares that he hurts my pyre occasionally? I do get one hit in before my dude dies this time. Okay. Alright, so that alone is enough to get the kill. If we needed to, we would also just fly them up behind Rector. They wouldn't have stealth, but I could get them some stealth. Okay, so Siren Song is a room now. It's still pyre bound, so can only be played in the pyre room or the top floor. Which is to say, in this instance, it can only be played in top floor because you can't play rooms in the pyre room. But it basically has the same effect, so start of combat, ascend non-boss enemies on this floor and daze them for 3. Siren Song got done dirty? Not really, kind of. It is a card that needed a change, particularly because the flying bosses have deterministic spawning rules. If they didn't have deterministic spawning rules, then it wouldn't have been as strong of a card, but with deterministic spawning rules and other changes from Monster Train 1 to 2, it was perhaps too strong. So, it did deserve a change of some sort. Because it probably would have had to go... I mean, it couldn't exist in its current state. As far as its current implementation, yeah, it no longer works on bosses. Still a strong card, though, since you're getting it every turn, which means you don't have to, like, look for holdover on it. You can also make it deployable. Melting still has its Daze 3. Yes, but Melting's Daze 3 costs more than Siren Song did, and only works on damaged units, which makes it much harder to use on turn 1. And it's also single target, whereas Siren Song works on an entire floor. Like, they're very different cards. That said, Siren Song is still good in its current implementation, in a way that I feel like a lot of people have been overlooking. It's great for any sort of, like, leaks, which is when a lot of people were using Siren Song anyways. It also still works pretty well with non-combat units, like putting a hothead on top floor. You can just shoot things. Anything that survives will then go to the pyre room and keep taking more damage. Things like Spore Launcher or Glacial Seal, things that apply Decay and Frostbite, you can use to stack them on enemies and then, you know, have them go to the pyre room without attacking back into your units. Also makes it easier to utilize, like, Overgrowth Carapace on top floor. There's a lot of use cases for Siren Song in its current state. Yeah, you can't double stack it anymore, and yes, you can't use on bosses, but that's fine. You can also still use it alongside Frenzied Swarm to add on even more days. Like, there's a lot of things you can do with it. It's still a strong card. It just gets used in different ways now, that's all. Anyways, for what we're doing here, I don't think we care about Siren Song, I don't think we care about Remnant Pact, and Harness the Titan still is bad. Because it needs to apply to spells in your deck, not just hand. And it doesn't, so who cares? We're not taking these. We're gonna take Ember. What I really want to do is I want to dupe a unit. I could go here for burnout on the encasement and or looking for something to make the siren better. And like that's pretty decent. Going here, I don't know, event upgrade. Not sure what we'd want. Like resin block would be okay to give the things that are dying higher attack. Wax or snuffer would be good. Firestone housing could be good. But the chance that we see most of that is low, and I can only afford one even if we do see something we like. I guess we're just going here. That's fine. Okay. So, Crypt Call 2 now gives plus 15 extra attack instead of just plus 10. What I really wanted was the melting blades, or resin blades, whatever they're called. Kind of want to take Bloodthirsty Blade just for the sake of it, in case we can ever combine it with resin blades. But I also know that's not really a feasible plan. I'm going to take it. It doesn't really help us, but that's fine. Anyways, you're going to get Burnout. And just for the sake of consistency, you're going to get these. We don't really play a lot of spells, so the Siren is not really our great target, but that's fine. It just gives us a little bit better consistency and a little bit better ability to catch stragglers. And yeah, you can go in front now, I guess. Although we still didn't really want you in front. You have Encant Armor, which I already seemingly forgot about. Oops, there we go. I forgot that I moved where they are. Yeah, I am unfortunately rather bad at powering up my Siren. I think I want you here so I can get the Collector. Whatever, we take a little bit of fire damage, so be it. Right. We'll just fly you down there to get killed. And keep powering up the Siren. Though again, I'm just very bad at powering up the Siren because like the only spells I've got in my deck, like most of them are foregone powers or Whiplashes. And those are hard for me to utilize to some degree. Okay. Like I could just fly her to top floor. She's maybe strong enough, but I still like the idea of powering her up further. Unfortunately, if I'd let her die one more time, she would survive long enough to get an attack in, and I could at least let her get a couple slays here. But alas, that's not the case. Okay, there we go. Again, if necessary, I could have moved them to top floor, but didn't seem important. Also, we had a bunch of stealth on top floor, so we would have been able to finish them off, even with our kind of weak Siren. Resin removal still quite good. So we'll take that. Fatal Melting also kind of cute. Maybe I want Fatal Melting for once? I doubt it, but I am going to get it to a point where it's gaining 9 damage per turn. You know what? I'll say Fatal Melting. Do I think it's the wrong choice? Yes. Yes, I do. But nonetheless, I'll take Titan's Tooth, even though it's of dubious value. So we're going here. And... oh, Echo Vault's cool. End of the turn. The last spell played on this floor is played again. Kind of want it for the Siren, but again, we just don't really play spells for the most part. They'll get better over time, though. I'm gonna greed and take it. We can also master it this way. God, do I want to do a Hall of Mirrors shenanigans? I could. I think overall I probably don't, but there is some interesting things I can do with it. I kind of want to do it, though. Okay, fuck it. We're taking it. So, we are going to make another Cold Kalia. We are going to remove some things from the deck. I am going to debate whether I make something deployable. So I currently have 6 Deployment Ember. So I don't have enough for the Hall of Mirrors unless I forego one of the units that I just took. Well, unless I forego one of the Cold Kalias or the Siren, which is sort of kind of okay. I mean, obviously I could take more Ember, and maybe I do that soon. I was trying to avoid that. If I leave it as is, there's the possibility that we can get, like, Dante's Footstool. But the chances that I do that, I mean, it's fine. We'll just make it deployable. And we'll see what happens. I do have a mishmash shenanigans of a deck, but it's our mishmash shenanigans of a deck. Okay, so Inferno Room, a Hall of Mirrors. Not playing out the Siren, but that's okay. So, you fly there, you fly there. And the one from the Hall of Mirrors is cardless, and so it doesn't come back. So I can then do this, and I can make 2 of them again. And then I can play you down here. And then you're going to die, and then Wicklash gets played again, thanks to Echo Vault, and just extends your burnout. You can have the Bloodthirsty Blade, I guess. Why not? Although this way I can't play the... what's its fucking face whenever it shows up. Which is not a big deal, the multi-encasement. Because I can always fly this one out of the way if we need to. And also the Siren has incant armor. I guess I'll leave you here just to do some damage. I don't need you to die, so... and then Echo Vault plays that again, which then keeps powering up the Siren, because it's good. Okay, we'll keep letting you die. Oh, wrong ordering, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter what we do here. None of the spells actually matter right there. All that matters is that we are getting it played out an additional time. Oh, I need to do this. Okay, so we'll dupe you. You're gonna go down here. You're... I guess gonna go there. And I guess we just do that. I don't know. I'm making it up as we go. But this is why I wanted Hall of Mirrors, because like, it can do some fun stuff for us. Okay, so... I mean, you are dying pretty quick, but we can do this. Don't worry, Sal, it's quite obvious you're improvising. Gee, thanks, you're so helpful, Tiny. But not wrong. Well, we do get him down to the point where he's losing a bunch of reanimate. I was kind of hoping we'd get other things. Oh, wrong ordering. So I'll go ahead and smote me upon the mountain if you so desire. I don't. Okay. Let's do this in the right order, in the right ways, yada yada yada. I mean, mostly it doesn't matter. You're there. Hey, look, we already have the kill. We are going to put you there so that you can get a couple of the slays, because you're the one who has the Bloodthirsty Blade, which doesn't really matter. But, you know, we've got it. We may as well use it. Okay, well, our deck is a bit shenanigans, but it does appeal to me, so... There we go. Yeah. Okay. So I did want that Crushing Demise earlier. Do I still want it now? Probably not. Kind of. The Mortal Entrapment is sort of fine. Resonant Removal is not bad, but we'll take the Mortal Entrapment, even though it gives me a Calcified Ember and is expensive. Whatever, we'll take this just on a lark, hoping that we hit Holdover Spell Chain here. Well, that's certainly not a Holdover Spell Chain. I guess we'll do that. I mean, like, the Holy Stone's cute. Don't think we need it. Well, holdover is one of the things I wanted, so that's good enough. And we are going to dupe that offering token. And then live our best life, and here we are. Okay, so that goes there, that goes there, you're there, and then do that and that. Okay, so I need you. I mean, I guess you would burn out anyways, but regardless, you're gonna go there. We'll give you guys the damage bonus because why not? And then here we are. I still have a bunch of just like chaff cards in my deck, but we're working on it. Okay. I do want to do the Whiplash, but I also want to get rid of that, so we're going to get rid of that. And then you... Yeah, for now, we're going to go there, I guess. And then we'll bring you down here, and you'll hurt that guy and do some work for us, and be in reserve for next turn. Okay. Fair enough. So you go down. An extra 12 attack, I do think kills you. No, because I can't math. But I could do this if I really wanted to, which maybe I do. Because either that or I move this up front, but I want to leave capacity open for my sirens is the main thing. Or not sirens, but siren. Anyways, we'll do that, it's fine, whatever, here we are. Just cleaves through so many Cold Kalias. Not helpful. Okay, well. Come on, there we go. Fair enough. It does cause me problems with the siren situation, but for the most part, yada yada yada, here we are. So be it. Hey, thanks for the raid. How you guys doing today? I can still play the Molten Encasement. And next turn, you'd be able to move, but we're going to draw the Siren in a moment, aren't we? Oh, no, we didn't. Alright, well, that's nice. Alright, so... Yeah, we'll just sacrifice you guys and make new Sirens. Not Sirens. Cold Kalias. Okay, and they've almost reached the point that they survive the Inferno Run. Okay. I mean, I probably need to leave her there so that I don't die. Yeah, there's the Siren. Well, sorry, Siren. I guess you don't get played. Because I could have moved, but then I was worried that I wouldn't kill these guys. Mainly just because he has 15 Titan skin, and that's a lot of Titan skin. That's more Titan skin than I, dare say, am comfortable with. Yeah, now I have these guys surviving, which is honestly not really what I want, but... Also, playing the offering token at the end of the turn is kind of silly. It's cute. Like, I'm down for it when we have the Siren there, because it's just in a free incant, but outside of that, it does nothing. I have so many just, like, chaff units in the deck. Oh, yeah, you're not dead yet. Well, so be it. Well, you can have that, I guess. Oh, alright, well, regardless, we're in largely good shape. I mean, they still have to survive the Inferno, but that's okay. Honestly, I can play this here as well. Ta-da! There's the kill. Unsurprisingly. Alright, deck is weird. It is shenanigans, but it works out well enough. I just wish I had better ways to kill the Cold Kalias once they got past a certain point. I mean, but like by the time they reach that point, they're doing pretty decent damage. Wax and Spike is interesting. Gifts for Guard is another card that got changed, by the way. It now only draws damage spells instead of just any spell. So you can't like have a Gifts for Guard draw into another Gifts for Guard. But now it only hits damage spells, which means that the magic power is always going to be applicable, which is nice. In most situations, it got better. It only got worse if you're trying to just make an infinite with it. That said, do I care about any of these? I kind of want the Wax and Spike just because it is a damage buff, even if I'm not well equipped to use it. Also, I could potentially use this as a way to extend Burnout late on, but also not convinced that that matters. I will skip. It might be useful, but so be it. And then we're taking Ember. I do want draw as well. Oh well, here we are. Okay, we don't need Merchant of Steel. Don't need Merchant of Steel. We are going here. What would we hold over? Either another Offering Token, or the Guardian Amulet, or the Fatal Melting. I think probably the Guardian Amulet. So I'm kind of limited on things. I could do the Intrinsic, which I guess is nice. Still want Spell Chain, but it wasn't to be. Willing Catcher. Am I okay with 5 or with 4 Ember per turn? So we have 8 Deployment Ember, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from the Hall of Mirrors, 7. So I could do that. Because I currently have 8, unless I math poorly, always possible, should only need 7. And it would give me more draw, and I'm pretty happy with that, I think. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. It's a good artifact in a lot of situations. We're not damaged at all, so it doesn't matter. And then Intrinsic, I think just goes on an Offering Token. Is it crazy good for us? No, but it's fine. Yeah, anyways, Dark Calling 3 it is. Heaven Seal is a bit greedy, but should be fine. Especially because most of the enemies in this fight are, like, low health, reanimate, and annoying support enemies. And that doesn't matter when they're all just dying to Inferno Room anyways. I keep checking these like it matters, but these are not a unit where they're going to be any different from each other. Okay. So... yeah, that doesn't do anything yet, but we'll just do this and build up some power. And I could have moved that one too, but they also would have died to the Inferno Room, so it didn't matter. Okay. Oh, it did actually matter. I forgot that I had played the Wicklash on one of them. So the one that we leave here is meaningfully weaker than the one we could have left there. Since it's here before the raid and came with the raid, am I here squared? Only you can truly answer that, Prototype. I appreciate you being here regardless. I guess I'm willing to play out the Bloodthirsty Blade, especially because it is largely a waste for me otherwise. Okay, so... you can go there. So let's do this, and then we leave one of you on this floor. Although, again, it is Heaven Seal, so they are going to have a lot of HP back. But we're at least powering up the Siren, and now we have the Echo Vault, which is cute. And then I still have a bunch of chaff dregs that no one gives a shit about. Oh, so it chose the Offering Token. I thought it was going to do the Guardian's Amulet, which is less exciting, but fine. You are damaged, which means I can do the Mortal Entrapment, so that's something. I could move you up to top floor now, which I might want to do. I was avoiding it so that we'd have capacity for the Molten Encasement, but I don't think I really care when I have Offering Token and Guardian's Amulet as well. Yeah, that probably doesn't super matter. Okay, so let's do that. And now we'll just keep tossing these away. We are reaching the point where they're going to start surviving, though. And then we do that. We don't play out the Foregone Power so that it dupes this, and we get even more days, which don't think matters, but meh. You imagine me as a Pepsi man over Coca-Cola? You would be incorrect, Tiny. Although I do think that Pepsi has the cooler mascot in Pepsi Man. Could do the Wicklashes on this floor. Okay, well, here's what we're gonna do. There we go. And then you guys go down here. God, my deck is such a weird mess. But again, this is part of what I appreciate about this game in general and this update, is that there's just a lot of like cards that got added that are weird and interesting and allow for some unusual deck types. Okay, well, we finally got the Molten Encasement, which is way too late to matter in the slightest, but that's fine. Give me them sweet, sweet cold Kalias. I guess I'll have you here to block. You got Corruption. There's no reason not to have you block, I guess. I guess I'll play you out because you're technically useful for next turn. I guess I'll do it like this because I didn't actually need you to take the damage yet. Whatever, it's fine. I just messed things up a little bit, but it's okay. It would be nice if I had a different room to swap in on the last turn, but I don't, and that's fine. So you can fly down there. You get some damage in on racks, I guess. That doesn't do anything. Okay. I could sap racks, but I also don't think that matters. Well, I can daze him next turn, which is cute. There we go. I'd already forgotten that it was the offering token that was going to get replayed, but, you know, so be it. So what if I did that, and that, and that, and there we go. There's other things I could do too. Everything's fine. God, my deck is a clumsy mess. But it's my clumsy mess. I don't think I need another Mortal Entrapment. Don't think I need these. Guardian Stone could have been cute, but... I mean, honestly, Guardian Stone would be legit okay for me. I don't know what we'd want to dupe. The removals would be nice. I'm still gonna take this in the hopes of finding something exciting. No. Nope. Didn't get what I wanted, which is fine. Just not what we wanted. Sinner Salve is okay. Forgotten Name is still bad. It definitely needs an update and didn't get an update. Cleansing Water doesn't really matter to us. Resin Block we do want. And I guess we take Cuddlebeard, because it does do work for us. And then I get rid of a couple of the things, and I should have gotten rid of more of the things, but it's fine. We just have so many dead cards, because, like, I can't play out the extra units without destabilizing the Reform, because it is random Reform, not targeted Reform, so I can't use them ever, basically. So it is what it is, but that's fine. Alright, so Inferno there, Hall of Mirrors there, Siren, Rector. You are exactly the same. You go there, we're all good. Look at us go. May as well give you the Bloodthirsty Blade. It does not matter. We did not get the thing that I wanted to make it work. Sure, I will Echo Vault, I guess. Echo Vault is a weird thing. It's like, you know, sound blocking foam or whatever. Definitely not the visuals I'd expected for that. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. Get even more frostbite. And yeah, I could have moved the Cold Kalia up. I guess I should have, since they were going to burn out anyways. But hey, I didn't. That's fine. I'll give my guys the sap so I can still use this. Okay, for the moment, you retain parity. Alright, whatever. We're just trying to power up the Siren. So it doesn't really matter what we're playing, just that we are playing spells. You can go there and die, who cares? And then it begins. Okay, still parity for the moment. The resin block definitely helps. It does make me scale up a fair bit faster now, which I appreciate. Okay, we can get rid of Curse of Entropy without having to worry about it. Yep, we'll do Fatal Melting. I guess we'll still do this. The Fatal Melting doesn't do all that much damage, so I'll still just do this so the Siren gets extra stats. Okay, you can go die there now. I think it's still fine to do this. Like, yeah, you'll power up every enemy, but we're protected by... Like, we should be okay. He's the only one that I'm sort of worried about, but we can leave a Cold Kalia there, and we can also move one up next turn if we need to. So, I think we'll be okay. Do I want to move you up this turn? Yes, maybe. Have you tried new Hornbreaker yet? Yes, kind of. Not on stream, but I am one of the testers, so I have played with these things before. But it's been a while since I have messed around with Prince. But yes, he did get notably better. Both in Reaper and in Wrathful. Since Wrathful just has much better stats now. Still not, like, great stats, but enough that he can, like, do things. And that's what he needed. He needed to not die immediately. Since he needs to be able to take hits and survive and fight back. But yeah, Reaper is certainly a lot better. Having the extra attack is very useful. Still not my favorite path by any means, and I think Brawler is still overall largely better. But yeah, it's definitely a pretty hefty increase. Yeah, I guess I'll leave this guy here to weaken those. Okay. So you do have stealth. I guess we'll play you there. I don't know. Who cares? I maybe should have waited to reform them. You are dying because some of the enemies are surviving. Gotcha. Did forget that that actually was a thing that could happen too. Fair enough. Don't mind me. Okay. Yeah, here we go. And then I still have most of my own units dying to the Inferno room. Okay, so we have no units to reform because things happened. I guess we'll put you here, which does some amount of damage. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm going to do. My deck is still a bit of a mess. I guess I'll still let them die right there. I don't know. It's fine. Oh, I was thinking that that was the Relentless turn for some reason. Yeah, don't know why I thought that, when it clearly wasn't. Fair enough. Okay, so let's play you there. And then you go there, and you fly down there, and you fly down there, and you go there, and you fly down there, and you fly down there, and that's most of his health gone. Although I should have gotten rid of this first. I guess I can still get rid of it with the curse, or the offering token. Oh, get rid of that. Well, we get most of his health gone. Also, he does have a lot of Frostbite on. And then we can just bring them back anyways and enjoy. There you go. Ta-da! Not to mention that we can also daze him. Like, we're in good shape. I can play out a lot more cards. I'm not going to worry about it. And there we go. Again, messy deck, but it works. It got through Seraph. It's going to get through the Titans. Also, I haven't taken, like, any damage on this run. I took a very small amount, and then we just healed it back. Oh, boy. Yeah, I really like Echo Room. And just making Rector's, like, Dark Calling into ability is so much nicer. Okay, so you go there, you go there. Here's that, and then... Okay, we're... Okay, we're still going to take his damage because I don't have a way to stop it. That's not true. I have a way to stop it because of what I drew. Because we drew the Titan's Tooth, which means I can get 5 measly damage in on him. And then I can just daze him. And that's cute. Okay, so let's let you go there. And I guess there's no reason to have you die in the Inferno room. Because they're going to burn out anyways, so we may as well let you get some attacks out. And the top one blocks for the Siren. Okay, so first off, we're going to sap you. Okay, so now I do need you to die in other ways, but that's fine. Unfortunately, didn't discard the right one. Oh well. And so it goes. So, can't play this on the right floor at the moment, but doesn't matter a whole bunch. I guess I'll play you there, so we can make capacity. You go there. down, and you go here, and you get a bunch of stealth, I guess. And then we play out all the other things we need to play still. There's just a lot going on with my deck. Okay. And we get to dupe the Firelight with Echo Room, which is cute. Sure, you can have that, because why not? So you are already sapped enough, but let's sap you more anyways. We are going to have to get rid of one of these the lame way, but that's fine. Okay, yeah, whatever. We went through the trouble of giving you stealth, kind of, but it doesn't matter. We still just want you to die, I guess. So this one goes first. Because otherwise, I won't be able to play out the Molten Casement on top floor, which doesn't super matter, but still matters a little bit to me. And then we're going to leave this here so that we dupe the Firelight, because why not? I don't think we're going to kill Savagery or Entropy all that quickly, so sort of a moot point, but still seems like the right thing to do. Okay, so we will need to sap you next turn. I should have done this differently. Because I could have used this to prevent us from taking higher damage from Entropy. I mean, I should still be fine. Because I can do this, the Cold Kalia is going to die, the back one survives. That's all we really care about. And these stupid dregs are still kicking around my deck. Anyways, because we're duping the Firelight, Dominion's all sorts of dead. You still have Sap, even though I, for some reason, thought I need to do that again. Regardless, we'll do it anyways. So... and then let's make a bunch of dudes. Honestly, I think we're just going to do this. And then I guess we leave you here on this floor, because what else are we going to do? I should have left the Wicklash as the last one, but whatever. That said, we don't have any units to reform this turn, sadly, but it mostly doesn't matter. Also, we can daze you, so enjoy. Sure, play that out, who cares? Yeah, the Fatal Melting has not been very exciting for us. I mean, it's cute, but, like, you know, we don't have it on holdover or anything, so we don't draw it all that often, and it just doesn't do a crazy amount of damage compared to how much, like, sweep damage we're doing with the Cold Kalias anyways, so what does it matter? Okay, let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's play that just for the sake of it. And let's bully Savagery, I guess. Because he's the only thing preventing us from winning, so. There we go. God, I'm still not home to experience the update. Yeah, it's a fun update. There's a lot to look forward to, Fury. Also glad to see you, my friend. Oh boy, we didn't take that much damage from that fight. Because we did daze Savagery on most of the turns, or blocked with the cool Kalias, and we sapped Dominion on most of the turns too. Anyways, we mastered Echo Vault. Yeah, Echo Vault's real cool. Very good room. In general, it's not like the major part of this update, but I really do appreciate that they expanded the neutral pool of rooms and equipment. Even if only just by a little, I appreciate both the new options for their own sake, like Echo Vault's really cool, the sweep one is useful, weapon cache is situationally very strong, but I also appreciate that it like waters down the chances of seeing like Zone of Silence and Inferno Room and things like that, so that you get a lot more variety when you are visiting Merchant of Arms and the armories. I always read the patch notes and pleased with the changes. It's a lot of good changes. Oh, and I need to update the count. We're at 169, which means that we have one more to do before we do the final cycle. And it should be Hellhorned. And I think we're going to do Prince next. Prince Lazarus. I leave Queen. Okay. Alright. So, Prince Lazarus. We're definitely one secret ingredient. And there's that. That said, give me one moment. I gotta get more water because I've been streaming for 4.5 hours already. So I'll be back after I get a drink, and we'll then play the run. Alright, I'm back. Whew. Echo Bolt seems busted. I mean, it's strong, but you have to understand that there's a lot of opportunity costs in it. It is a 2-cost room, which is a lot if you're trying to play it in deployment phase. Not to mention the gold that you need to spend to like buy the room and to upgrade it to be deployable. And then it is taking up your room slot for that room, which is a big ask for some things. Not to mention other things, like it can be awkward. Since it only dupes the last spell played in the room, there are oftentimes situations where the ordering matters, and the last spell that played is not necessarily the one that you want to be duped. But yeah, so it's good, but like there is a bit that goes into it. Reworked Reinforce, you mean Fortify as equipment, looks very strong in Apex Imp. It's good. I mean, it's definitely pretty solid for Apex Imp. Yeah. Okay, so we do have Test Subject Alpha, though unfortunately that will likely take away from Prince, which I don't really want to do. or hold over Heaven's Fall with Echo. Yeah, I mean, that is good. Like, there are definitely some solid uses for it. It's also, like, good if you're using something like Frenzied Swarm, which is always going to be the last card played in the turn. And just, like, doing days 2 or 1 again to the whole floor is very nice. Or, like, Engulfed in Smoke and giving more stealth to your whole team. There's a lot of good use cases. Well, I don't care about Catalyzing Agent. I do like Cinder South, so. And Pyreborn finally got a decent defense card. Yes, it's still a bit weird. But yes, it is pretty... It's nice for them to have. There are certainly better defensive cards to use for the most part, but it's nice to have in a pinch. Well, I feel like we need to take Reaper just to show it off, even though it's not gonna be great in a world where we're using Test Subject Alpha. Obviously, don't have to use Test Subject Alpha. Also, being in Lazarus, it's possible that we're going to get Twisted Assistant, which would give us Trample, which could then also maybe work well with Reaper. Either way, we'll take Reaper. It's fine. Is by far the best defense option in Clan. Yeah, I'm just saying that Pyreborn is still a clan bad at defense. And this isn't gonna change that, really. Or at least it's not gonna totally fix it. You're still often going to be better with an outside option, which is fine. Anyways, we played Test Subject Alpha down here just to kill all the weak little dudes while we try to set up Prince to murder the surviving enemies. I am going to deprive Prince of a kill here, but this way we can give him defense. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so we do that, so now you will get the kill later. Have some regen, who cares? Test Subject Alpha Chad got nerfed, understandably so, yes. Went up to 3 cost, still good unit, definitely deserve the change. Yeah, this ain't great, but that's fine. Alright, well, we basically just wear off his sap, which wasn't ideal, but should be fine. Prince has decent attack power now. And we got a lot of reanimate, which is what we need. Ta-da! Have a little bit of sap as well. Who cares? And Prince slays his ass. And there we go. Okay. Fledgling Imp is good. Hidden Passage is solid. Not sure what we really want. Ritual Battle also good. And we don't need to worry too much about the Calcified Embers. Not that I worry about them much in the first place, but with Sinner Salve, they are free to play. They are still a dead draw once, but they're not ever going to be a lasting problem in our deck. I think we want Ritual Battle, but I do like Hidden Passage. Nonetheless, I think Ritual Battle is what we need for now. Don't care about Vampire Tooth. I do like Explosive Reaction. Don't know if it's what we want, though. Another Pseudoscience is okay. It's a weird card. It can hit really hard for you. It can also do not a lot for you. Especially in this instance, the lifesteal is largely going to be inconsequential for us. The Reanimate will always be good, and the spikes will be sometimes okay. I guess I'm just going to skip. Yeah, let's go here, I guess. And we have set Little Icarus free? Yes. As far as I'm aware, they did fix the bug. Well, there's Apex Imp. How you doing, Splat? I mean, I kind of want to take Apex Imp here, even if we don't have a great armor situation. Fuck it. We use Test Subject Alpha all the time. Do I want to take Titanite on you? Kind of. Kind of not really. I mean, what we really want is we want Quick or we want Dualism. I mean, Dualism only sort of matters. Or we want Smidgestone. I mean, it's mostly Smidgestone or Quick. With equipment, Dualism is super cool. I mean, it's good, kind of, depending on the equipment. But I assume we're talking about Fortified Pauldrons. Which, yes, is solid. But, hey. The problem is I can't afford it on the reroll. I think we're okay with going to the Merchant of Steel again, though. Although the Merchant of Arms would be maybe good for us. Regardless, I think we're going to go here, so I will leave it open. The question is, do I care about doing this? I think the answer is no. Yeah. Yeah, you going up to 3 costs does really hurt us. Okay, we're gonna leave it like that, because I want you to clear out all of the weaklings. Do I just want a Shield Steward in front of you, or do I want to, like, save that spot for the Apex Imp? I guess we're gonna do it like this. Yeah, that's not a bad option. Yep, done. Okay, so That takes care of that problem. We're definitely taking the damage shield here. Don't care about the spikes. Really was hoping for reanimate. Okay, we get rid of that. We'll just have you block there. Don't need spikes. And then we don't want to use this infusion because we want the possibility of like getting more damage shields. Well, damage shield it is. That's fine. I could use Prince's ability, but we're going to save it for... you're going to have a bunch of damage shields. Yeah, we'll just use this now. He gets the Slay. We don't lose any defenses. I really want more damage shields, but so be it. There we go. Yeah, we just need him to not die as quickly, because we have the damage output. That's not a problem. But yeah, I will say Reaper definitely a lot better like this. Well, I do want the Tiresome Climb. I also want the Fortified Pauldrons. I'm going to take the Fortified Pauldrons, because I'm going to. Potion Kit is sort of okay for us. We're going to skip it nonetheless. I do want the Merchant of Arms. I'm gonna take Merchant of Steel, though. Okay. If this is a Steel Worker, I would not hate that. Nope. Can't remember the last time I saw Steel Worker. Now we need equipment room and everything will be decided. I mean, yeah, that would be good for us, kind of. So, like, I could take Rail Beater and then do Smidge Stone on the Apex Imp. That's not bad. Pauldrons and equipment now. To heck. Yep. It is. Basically, like, one card from each of the Monster Train 1 clans got changed into a room or an equipment. For Hellhorned, it was Fortify. For Awoken, it was Awake. For Stygian, it was Siren Song. For Umbra, they had at least two, which was Crucible Extension and Engine Upgrade. For Remnant, it was Memories of the Melted. Good equipment at that. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty solid. I mean, again, basically every change in this was meant to make the game feel better, and particularly with the Monster Train 1 clans, make them feel better integrated into Monster Train 2, and to shore up some weaknesses that they had. Because they were clearly, like, not the focus for the initial release, and were thought of as more of, like, a bonus thing. But this update was clearly intended to make the Monster Train 1 clans just be a little more interesting, feel a little bit better to play. Anyways, what am I actually doing here? See, because I could take Smidge Stone so then I can fit more Apex Imps. Kind of like that. We could also maybe get Quick via the Quick Dagger, but that's not a guarantee. We also don't necessarily need Quick. There are ways to mitigate things, like, i.e. just generate enough armor that no one cares. Okay, we're going to... I guess we'll take the Rail Beater. That's fine. We'll do that. You're gonna get Reanimate. Okay. I mean, I kind of like Fecundity. The age-old face-taking technique. Because this would stop me from needing to dupe the Apex Imp. And that's probably worthwhile. I know I'm, like, taking a long time to make these decisions. Bear with me. I mean, I do like mini lives just because reanimate is useful. But I'm gonna take fecundity, maybe. It does make the rail beater immediately unhelpful for my plans. Face tanking, one of the many staples of a jank deck. How you doing, by the way, Tom? Alright, I should evaluate what I'm looking at, because there is a dupe right here. And I don't really care about going to Merchant of Trinkets. I mean, there are some good things we can find there, like Railhammer, of course, would be good. Same with Resonant Shard, or Stone, whatever it's called. The thing that increases rage damage. And then Merchant of Arms is after. I really wish that these were swapped to Merchant of Arms in the well. Still works, slowly losing my sanity. Understandable. Okay. We're just gonna take the reanimate. I'm like, yeah, I could have put that on the rail beater as well, but who cares? Interesting. Okay, don't care too much about the Pyre Hunter, other than the fact that it has 2 attacks per turn, and that does scare me. Yeah, pretty sad about Awoken Rail Spike, it definitely makes sense. I mean, it was the best nerf they could have done to it. It definitely deserved it. Yeah, we'll just do this now and just get some damage in. Now, what I would like, yep, is to draw this, as that immediately makes him a lot stronger. I think we just want to focus on the secret ingredient. Oh, I should have gone for the purple there. Well, definitely did not work out the way that I wanted. That's fine. We can at least play with the imp. But spike games are rare and so cool. They're not very rare. Like, that's... The only things that were nerfed were things that were just, like, too oppressively present and easy to do. And with all the, like, upgrades to the Merchant of Magic in Monster Range 2, Awoken Rail Spike was just too consistent at its job. Don't want lifesteal. Still don't want lifesteal. Okay. Well, not what I wanted, but I do want him to stay alive for now, so... Okay, so I drafted very rarely then. I mean, yeah, but... It was pretty easy to pick up and took very little to utilize. Well, I guess we're taking this. And then... As we do this. What does the engine upgrade room do? Doesn't say in the patch notes. It's the exact same as what it currently does. -1 capacity, +1 ember per turn. Okay, we'll just stack some reanimate. Yeah, it's just a room now. It does cost 0 now. That is the only major change to it. Yeah, poor Prince has gotten no kills on this fight. Those were not what I was hoping to roll there, but fine. At least we haven't started cutting into his reanimate yet, but it's only a matter of time. So you do have enough that you can kill him, which does help quite a bit. This should be good enough with the reanimate. Plus, we can also give another 12 rage, which is a lot. I also could have just rolled the mix and tried to get more reanimate. Even just getting more spikes would have helped because he has multi-strike. Interesting set of options. Dark Deal is pretty good. Combustion Suit is sort of interesting. Especially in a world where we could kind of... So we could put it on Prince later. Because at rank 3, Reaper will have a 1-turn cooldown. And so we could use it as like a way to apply quick unstable. Which is sort of interesting. Do I care? I don't really know if I care or not. Also, what are your stats now? So you have 120 attack by base. There's also a weird world where I can use Brain Transfer to, like, give all the reanimate from one Apex Imp to another. Don't think we want to do that, but it is technically an option. It would also give all the rage, too, but... I think we just want the Dark Deal. Take the Dark Deal. We're going to skip on this. We are going to take... Ember, draw. I don't really need the Ember yet, but it feels good to future-proof. I'm gonna take the draw for now, I guess. I don't know. Nah, I should have taken Ember. Regardless, we're going here. Alright, Reaper 2 it is. It's like intrinsic ritual battle is fine, I guess. There's nothing that I really want to remove consume. Sure, I'll do that, I guess. I don't know. It's not that great for me. I'm going to dupe the Fortified Pauldrons. I'm not wild about it, but hey. My defense is legitimately not great at the moment. But here we are. We're working on it. We're doing what we can. We're trying. We're trying real hard. Okay. So, you're gonna get played because I really would like to murder those things. So, that is important to me. I do want to do the Dark Deal, but... Okay, whatever. I mean, Test Subject Alpha is going to die. I really probably shouldn't have done that. It's fine. So, you get that because, boy, do you need it most. And then... Do I want to leave it on red? Kind of. We are going to have Prince get nuked by Kel, unfortunately. But Apex Imp can probably handle that. Okay. Let's just start building up the red infusion. That's good enough for me. We definitely want damage shields as much as we can. Oh, and we do have the other Fortified Pauldrons for Prince. I already forgot that I took that for that exact sort of purpose. I mean, only matters if we actually draw it, but hey. We'll just have you get the kill there, because why not? Okay. Don't hate you getting reanimate. I will kill one of you guys just so that I can mitigate how much damage I'm taking later on. As much as I like the Dark Deal, I think it is more important that I am not taking damage. Also, I can just use that to kill that. But with Kel being as he is, I think it's more important that I be ready for the corruption. Well, I could use Prince's ability, but it doesn't change anything. So we're not going to do that. I mean, we should be in good shape, but we're gonna try to make sure we're in real good shape. Okay. We'll just get some damage on. I could play this, but he does incant. I forgot that he had the incant trigger, because that's usually not the real terrible part of Cal. But it doesn't matter. Didn't need to play anything on his floor. Inferno is cute. We're gonna take March of Shields, though. Acid Shower is not bad. Risky Operation's kind of cute, but we're gonna skip. And we're gonna go here. I mean, Zone of Silence, not bad. I can't really afford it currently. As far as Deployment Ember goes, at least. Shadow Sheath is interesting, but not in a way that I want it to be. Okay. I could put Iron Tongue on Prince and turn him into a sweep machine. It's not the worst thing, kind of, since I can get an extra attack with him each turn. Well, once he hits to rank 3. And then technically, if we want to be cheeky, we can unequip it later in the fight, as in, like, replace with a different equipment. And he would get all of his banked attack scaling. Hello, June August. How you doing? How you been, my friend? I don't think we really want to take Iron Tongue here. I finished my summer classes and exam. I hope it went well, and I hope you are able to enjoy your time off. God, I really do want to take the extra stats. But it's a lot of health to lose. We at least have Sinner Salve, so it doesn't... Like, we're never in danger of dying to that. And I haven't been leaking any enemies. Although, it being Spike Scale is not great. Although, I was considering taking the Inferno Room right here, so that I could get past Kale. And just Generate's kind of helpful. But that would be good. Because the Inferno Room would kill his minions. It wouldn't stop him from buffing his units, but that's not the worst. Yeah, fuck it. Who am I to resist the sweet siren song that pulls upon my heart? We'll take that. We're making it deployable. I would like to make the Fortified Pauldrons deployable. Too bad, we didn't. Here we go, and it's Heaven's Seal, which is concerning. I think these are the haste dudes, but it also shouldn't matter because of Inferno Room. Yeah. Not bad to draw these right off the bat. I think I want to give Fortified Pauldrons to you this time. Because reasons. And our goal is essentially just to build up enough defenses that we can kill whatever this boss is called. I can't think of its name at the moment. Anyways, it's going to have a bunch of reanimate. It's not going to have 20 reanimate, but it's going to have a chunk still because I'm not going to do any damage to it on bottom floor. What are those, the muscle-looking thing on your units? Give me one moment. If you're talking about these, that is Fortified Pauldrons. As part of the update, they reworked a couple cards from each clan into equipments or rooms. So the Hellhorned one turned Fortify into an equipment called Fortified Pauldrons. And now it gives armor, and gives armor each turn as a resolve trigger. So that's what it is. It's just the symbol for the equipment. I'd really like to do this on the Apex Imp, but I also don't want him to be in front, so we're not going to. I've never seen Pauldron so fortified. You're damn right, Tom. Also, unfortunately, Prince is not getting any of the kills here, partly because they heal from things. Like, it's whatever. This is part of... I mean, he's getting some of the kills, I guess, but not a lot of them. And more to the point, I can't use his ability to get any kills, since it just... He's not strong enough to do so. Obviously, I could be buffing him a little bit, but I could also just buff the Apex Imp, which is better. I see, so they changed some spells into equipments and rooms? Yes. Yes, they did. 1 or 2 per clan, at least for the Monster Train 1 clans. And then every clan got, both Monster Train 1 and 2, got just a flat-out new card. And they're pretty cool. And range quite a bit in what they do. Ta-da! Well, that wasn't too bad. Inferno Room definitely helps, even if it's kind of cutting out things for Prince to kill. We don't need these. It's kind of nice to take Impish Scholar for later, but I don't think we care. Well, Organ Harvester's not bad, even if it costs extra. Hello, King Asim, how you been? Do I want Organ Harvester? Probably yes. Do I have a link to the patch notes by any chance? Not offhand, but it should be both on the Discord and on the Steam announcements. Okay, so if we want the inscription follow-up, we just need to go to the left again. I probably do want that so I can get Fecundity. Been doing well myself. How are you? Finished Hollow Knight? I got the first ending of Silk Song, and then chose to stream Boss Train 2 today instead of doing more Silk Song. I'm probably going to finish Silk Song on my own time. I was having a lot of fun streaming it, but I also want to stream more Monster Train 2, especially with the update, so here we are. But yeah, it's real good. I definitely want to play more of it. And if we went to the right... There's not too many spell things that I care that much about with this deck. So let's go to the left. Yeah, I could just Smidgestone this, because then I can fit the Apex Imp alongside him. It's not, like, the best plan, but it is a plan. Yeah. Of note, this is another thing that got changed. Savage Spirit now gives plus 40 HP as well, which makes it a substantially better option. The Perma Rage is cute, but I don't think that's our big problem. I think we're probably taking Titan Skin. Yeah, let's do that. I don't need to re-roll because there's nothing that I care about here. Like, you're already full, you're more than full. We can start getting rid of some things, I guess. I also don't really care about Test Subject Alpha. We'll leave it for now, even though I think it moves, so it doesn't matter. Though it is an expensive brick in my deck right now. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave it like that for now. Okay. So, get rid of that because it's free to do so. And then I think we still want the Rail Beater in front. Like, yeah, he'll eventually die, but so what? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, if I had buffed Prince's attack, which I can now, and thus he can get the kill with his ability, which is cute. Don't hate it. Yep, we'll get a green infusion, I guess, and then throw an imp away. You do get the spikes, which is concerning, but that's life. I do wish I had a way to nullify Kale, but alas, it's fine. We have a bunch of reanimate. Like, that's our defensive option right here. And overall, it's going fine. Okay. So we're gonna do it like this, I guess. You're still not in great shape, but Prince can sort of get some reanimate now. Since we get to use his ability every 3 turns, we can do this and just slay when we have the chance to. Maybe we should have gone with a regen there. Well, we'll give you a bit of reanimate just so you can keep tanking for me for a little longer. Especially because since he has the well, it is what it is. He's gonna die eventually. But we're gonna delay it as long as we can. Unfortunately, Prince is not doing a great job with the Organ Harvester, but he's trying. But after this fight, he does get it upgraded to a 1 cooldown ability. Which kind of weirds me out because it's almost the same as just giving a multi-strike. Like, yes, there are nuances, but it is weird to me that it's just inherently a second attack every turn, essentially. I would have preferred if it were not base, base 1 cooldown, but that if it was a little higher, but had some, like, built-in way to reduce the cooldown. Namely, like, make it part of a Slay trigger, that on Slay it reduces the ability by, like, 1 count. I thought that would be cool. Regardless, there we go. Yeah, we want Ally of the Ancients. And we want Ember. And we're not so close to death now, though I still do need to heal, probably. Alright, Fecundity and Worthy Sacrifice. So, I really don't need Worthy Sacrifice on you, and I really should put it on the Rail Beater. Well, that's not entirely true. I'm going to put it on you. Because you do have the Reanimate as well. Anyways, we're just going to load you up with more seals than you should ever have. And there we go. So, I do kind of want to go to the left so that I can look for Remove Consume on Ally of the Ancients. And or like Spell Chain or Double Stack on March of Shields or Ally of the Ancients. I also want to go here though. I think we're going to go here. Slay should get trigger bonus from slaying bosses. I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, weapons cache is sort of a thing I wanted. Yeah, that does work out for me. Was that the second part of the inscription event? Yep, that it was. Glass Cannon is sort of cute. It's not exactly what I want, but we've got enough gold that I could probably take it and pivot to something else if we don't draw what we want. Or if we don't see what we want in this shop. Because just like 50 attack boost is not bad. I guess I'm still gonna skip it, but... Steward's Quarters is fine, but I don't think I super care here. Definitely did not get what I was hoping for. Okay. Yeah, let's merge these, I guess. And you know what? We're going to dupe that, and we're going to remember to put deployable on the weapons cache, which I almost forgot to do, which would have been really fucking bad. Catastrophic, even. Okay, we're going here. Heaven Seal. Great. Again, Inferno Room solves most of our problems here. Although I did kind of forget that I was paying for Inferno Room. Nonetheless. How did I lose so much health? I took the Unstable Shard. Which is part of an event where you can either heal to full and get an artifact that increases your pirate's max HP, or you can drop to 1 and gain the Unstable Shard, which buffs all your units. Also, I did kind of neglect the part where I need to heal. So we probably have to go here next, which is a bit of a shame because I kind of want to go here. Doesn't matter. We're going there. Yeah. Anyways, we're playing you out. I don't have enough to play the Rail Beater or the Test Subject Alpha, but that's fine. This is still rather strong for us. Doesn't this fight have enemies that directly attack the pirate? No, kind of. There are two variants to this fight, and this is not the variant that has that. Or if it is, I wasn't paying attention and will then play slightly differently if that's the case. But pretty sure that that was not the case. Because this is the variant that has the Scourge cards and the Reanimate dudes. Yeah, whatever. We'll just do that. Who cares? And we'll play you there because why not? Yeah, I was afraid that we would draw the Rail Beater right now and then not be able to use it, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, you tell him, Prince. Again, I can use that ability every turn now, so there's no reason not to, basically. I'll just leave the Rail Beater as is. I do not want to use the ability on the Apex Imps, though. I was really hoping we'd get quick, but the Organ Harvester is still quite good, too. I could also be putting Prince in front, which, if he were using the Organ Harvester, could work out. The problem is just that I need to get him some, like, starting slays so he can start building up some Reanimate. But in some of these fights, at least, there are enough, like, low-health enemies that that's very doable. And, like, I could move him up front with March of Shields right now. I'm not going to, though. For a multitude of reasons. Okay, the poor Rail Beater is eating the corruption. It's not a lot of corruption, but, you know, it's some. Oh. Oh, I didn't realize that you guys are surviving. Let's redo this turn where I pay attention to critical key features. Okay, so, the main difference here is that we are going to do that right now, and then we're going to pivot to not seeing what I wanted. I mean, that might have worked, but what I was looking for was the unstable. Probably should have taken the other option. Nope, we got just enough that that works. And then we shouldn't have as many problems next turn, since, like, yeah, these guys still represent a lot of hits to get through them. But without having the double heavies in front, it's a lot less work. Also, Prince is getting slightly stronger each and every time. Okay, whatever. Does anyone know if the patch is also live for the Switch version already? I believe yes. I know the intention was for it to be live. But it's also always a little wobbly and out of their control because of the console patching process. But I think it is. But it really just depends on Nintendo. We'll take March of Shields, I guess. We don't need another Organ Harvester. What we do need is HP. Since I don't have ways to mitigate things. We'll take Resonant Shard. I'll take Scorched Steel and Versatile Ember Staff. I don't really need Crown to the Eternal. I did get rid of the Stewards, and I maybe shouldn't have done that. Just give you some Reanimate, I guess. Just in case I need to, these are sort of ways that I can mitigate taking some damage. Although, again, if I was going to do that, I should have held on to the stewards and not the test subject alpha. Because reasons. That's just how it is. Anyways, here we are. Seraph should not be a big problem. Like, yeah, he produces sap, but who cares? But the Titans, like, we should be fine. We have plenty of HP, and we should be reasonably fast at killing them. Also, I don't remember if it was documented before, but they did change fecundity, so you only get one extra copy and not an infinite number, as you can see here. Weapon cache, new card, hype. Yep, it's pretty good. I mean, again, it does represent a fair amount of opportunity cost to set it up, but it is good. I'm sure we'll just have you block so I don't take as much damage. I could do the worthy sacrifice to do these, but I would rather just keep the reanimate. Even though technically I could start like getting reanimate from the mixing. Regardless, my level of caring is low. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't even do anything because he gets silenced by that guy. Oh well. Here we are. So, technically wrong order. Yeah, let's not do that in that order. I actually need Prince to be a bit stronger. Unfortunately, I didn't get any more rage bonuses there. I had forgotten that... he was going to sap my floor when he came to this floor, and so then Prince isn't as strong as I was anticipating him being. Yeah, because I could have done like 12 more damage, but it wouldn't have been enough more damage. Like, I could do this, but it's fine. Yeah, whatever. We'll just let him die. Okay, well, I could have used that earlier. Anyways, whatever, who cares? The imp is designed to die, so I'm not, like, worried about it. And you do have melee weakness thanks to the rail beater. We'll just play you out to die. Who cares? Everything's fine. Yeah, I'll do that. It doesn't change things too much. Unfortunately, the lifesteal was the worst of the options for me. It doesn't help in the slightest. But whatever. Alright, we'll just get some damage shields. We should be fine. Like, we are building up a good chunk of reanimate. And we are fairly strong, even with our very weak armor gain. Because our, like, basically the only armor we have is coming from the fortified pauldrons. But, still enough. Yeah. Okay, I'll just avoid playing those out. Oh, I could have played them on mid-floor to support the rail beater, but my level of carrying is relatively low. Yes, go forth, Prince. Slay your foes. More rage, more power. Yeah, you're dying now. Whatever. We knew that was the case. Who cares? Is this enough health against Dominion and Savagery? You know what I mean in the Titan fight? Yeah, it should be. So long as we're not bad. Which we should be doing enough damage, more or less, to get through it. And there are some tricks I can implement if I have to. Like, I certainly don't have the strongest deck by any means, but it's fine. Wrong ordering that I was supposed to play the March of Shields first, but again, what does it matter? Oh, I suppose I could have also just played it on the Imp at the very least. I mean, part of the point is that it's there to buff our Apex Imps. And I have not been doing that ever. But it also is not a big deal. Okay. And thus he's dead. Okay, on to the Titans. Should be fine. Even if we're a bit lacking in damage output and all that jazz. Okay. So, get rid of that first. I think we're setting up on mid-floor. It would also sort of be nice to be setting up on bottom floor and then not using the Inferno Room, or like putting on a different floor. But pretty confident we still want it like this. Yeah, pretty confident that's what I want. Unfortunately, there's nothing to slay on the first turn, or really the first couple turns for us. But we have enough to get going. That will be okay. Okay, Inferno Room takes care of many of our problems. And then you exist just to block some damage for us. We do the attack because there's no reason whatsoever not to do the attack. Also, I could be setting up a purple infusion, which is probably what I should do. I routinely forget that that's a thing in this fight. It doesn't, like, matter most of the time. But we could be doing, you know, we could be doing sap, or we could be doing melee weakness, or some combination thereof. So we can block a proc with you. Which is why I gave him the reanimate. I'm not, like, too concerned about the general situation. That's a lot of sap, unfortunately. I mean, it should still be fine, but it just does annoy me. Okay, let's swap. Not to that. To that. I do need to build it up still, though, for it to be meaningful. Okay, we take a bit more damage. No reason not to do that. We're getting pretty far on him. Unfortunately, we didn't get any more mixes, but that's okay. Okay, we'll do it like that so we can avoid a little bit of damage. You just get a kill. Yeah, whatever. We'll do that. I am probably gonna have to wait till Savagery loops one more time. But hey. Yeah, I guess I'll avoid buffing them. I don't know, like 7 rage is a lot for me. Yeah, I'll still avoid it. I just don't totally want to buff everything. Even though we could probably make do. Especially since we do have the imp here. We can knock off one of the reanimates, which is nice. Yeah, not how I wanted to do that, but that's fine. I'm pretty sure that animation of the syringe is new. Or I've just forgotten it, but I'm pretty confident that's new. Okay. We are getting low in health, but we should be fine. Yep. Unsurprisingly, we have what we need, especially because we do that and hit into your melee weakness. I forgot he still had the melee weakness from the rail beater because that was several turns ago. Doesn't matter. It's all good. Even with only moderate armor generation, our Apex Imps are still pretty strong. Okay, and we just need to do a little bit of damage there. And we have finished the fight. Ta-da! Took 35 damage. It's on the low end of average. And thus we have won with Prince. And yeah, Reaper, still not my favorite Prince, but man, is it better. It was... I mean, it was terrible in Monster Train 1. It's definitely better in Monster Train 2, just even before the patch, just for how Monster Train 2 works. But substantially better with a new ability. Not to mention that it can, like, interact decently with some of the stuff that, like, Pyreborn has, since they have cooldown reduction stuff and things like scale on you using abilities, and, like, that's pretty cool. But anyways, it's just substantially better. Alright, and now we're on to the true final last lap of Crowns. Just 10 more to go. Did they buff Penumbra 2? Very slightly. The only change to Penumbra was that Glutton now has higher base stats as you go up in ranks. It used to be that it was 20/20, rank 1, 2, and 3, and only the scaling of the Gorge changed. Now they gave them more HP so they don't just immediately die on the first turn in, like, the Seraph fight or the Titan fight. Because Seraph has, like, 35 attack, and even setting up on top floor in the Titan fight, you take 25 damage for your front unit, and Penumbra needs to be the front unit to do anything, because they need to be eating. So it felt really bad that you had to have, like, Feast or Shroud Spike or something, or, like, intrinsic damage shields just to make your Penumbra do anything. Alloy Construct actually does something right off the bat. Yep, it now has a base amount of fuel. Yeah, started its fuel too, which is... Definitely didn't need that in Monster Train 1. Definitely does need in Monster Train 2. So that is certainly nice. Also, it means that if you're putting Dualism on it, not only does the Gorge amount go up, but it also means that it starts with Fuel 4, which is pretty helpful. Yeah, anyways, what are we playing next? There should be only one more crown per clan. One for each of the remaining champions. So, I think we want to do some of the clans we haven't played tonight, really. I think we're going to start with Pyreborn, which means that it is Phoenix under Legion. I read that right. That it was Phoenix, not Gilda. Yeah. I just, for some reason, thought that I had left Gilda for last, but no, we'll have Phoenix. Phoenix under Legion. I think we want Eager Conscript, especially just... Even if we don't end up doing any, like, rally-focused things, just having some more body blockers can be really useful, especially early game. So, that's what we're gonna do. Herzl's Horde is good. Cluster Kernel is fine. Infectory is good. Lava Flow is okay. I really wish it wasn't a consume card, but it is. Don't think I care about Quarter Cool Connector. Do care about Wing Steel. Okay, so we're up against Savagery. And Damage Shields. I don't care about Pyre Hunter. I mean, Pyromaniac is good. I think we want to do Overlord, though. It feels like the most Phoenix of his paths. Like, the most quintessential path of his. And I don't know, I feel like doing it, so we're doing it. Okay, well, Marker Invasion it is. It's either there, either there. Yeah, I mean, I maybe should have swapped you, but that's fine. I'm just so used to putting Cluster Kernel at the back. It is still sort of helpful because then Phoenix is always nearby to get kills. Yeah, that would be nice, but oh well. Well, we need to get that for sure. And then we're doing that. And yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the Ember to play out everything. We do what we can. We still take a little bit of fire damage. Oh well. These things happen. Yeah, it must be that you're getting the kill here because they're all dying, and so that means that Phoenix must be in second enemy, or anyways, whatever. Point is, it all worked out. Yeah, I don't need to use your ability. It's cooldown 3. Okay. So, let's do that. If Phoenix was going to get his cooldown, his ability off cooldown again, I would have used it there to shoot the backliner, but he wouldn't. And so we're just not going to worry about it. Because now, I mean, we're already killing the boss, but just to ensure we're killing the boss, we're doing it this way. And we're just going to hope that Phoenix gets the kill. God damn it. I forgot that there's a chance of doing that. No, we were 2 damage off from Phoenix getting it. Oh well. Okay, so what do we want here? Getting Horde is good because there are a couple like hordes or ability supporting relics in the minor Pyreborn pile. Also, it's just generally good and strong. Lava armor is pretty decent with the fungi. Golden Touch and Alchemy. I don't know why I said Archenemy. Don't mind me, a little frazzled. They're both okay. I think we probably want Golden Touch, if anything. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. Because I do need better support for Wave Clear right now. Though obviously we have a chance to like get other units and maybe that'll help. Obviously Proliferate is good. Gooey Flask is certainly not bad. Rot is fine. Rot is certainly a lot better in a world where Permafrost also is a minus cost upgrade. I mean, it's already an okay card. And especially early game, it's pretty solid. But Permafrost getting better, like Rot is a premier Permafrost target. And being able to just dump 15 decay on a boss and do some damage is pretty good. I don't know what I want. I feel like we probably want something here. But I don't know what that looks like. Okay, we'll take the Proliferate even though it comes with the Ember. We're gonna go here. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, we'll take Enchantrel. It is awkward for us to use right now, but it is still appreciated. I guess we're doing that, even if I don't really have a good use case for it yet. Yeah, I'll do this, because I can't really afford to reroll. I mean, I guess I could have afforded to reroll just for, like, magic power plus 10. But, hey, here we are. Okay. Oh, and I forgot I have so much extra deployment ember because it's Herzl's Horde. Which does make Enchantrel a lot better for us. Unfortunately, I don't have enough capacity to do everything I want to do. I could just put, like, Enchantrel and Cluster Kernel on a lower floor. And then, like, sap enemies as they go up in floors. I think we still want to do other things, though. Okay, yeah, maybe I did want Phoenix on the lower floor. Okay, whatever. God, fuck you. This is why Wing Steel gets frustrating. Okay. I had something insightful to say, and I don't remember what that was, but that's okay. Alright, so you do no damage now, which I do appreciate. Yeah. I do think having Phoenix on top floor is depriving me of kills in a unsatisfying way. And I probably should have done that differently. If I buff you too much, then you get the kill, and I don't want you to get the kill. Okay. Oh, we do a fair bit of damage to him, especially with that little bit of pyre gel we put on him. Yeah, I mean, I could kill the backliner with that. But I could also do that to these guys next turn, I guess. Well, fuck you too. God, it's so irritating to draw into that. Also, unfortunately, we didn't get holdover for the Golden Touch, and I didn't thin my deck out at all. So, I never did do anything too meaningful here. And by that I mean I got one horde, which is not great. And then you die killing him, so Phoenix is deprived of the kill. What a jerk. Could take another Golden Touch, could take a Snotty Whelp, could also take the Flicker, I suppose. I'll take another Golden Touch, even though it's probably the wrong decision. Yeah, the Loam Coat's okay. Growth rate is nice, too. I will take a Loam Coat, I guess. And then we're going to save this. So, going here, getting Mind Cage or Bloodthirsty Blade are kind of the ideals. Going here, getting like Holdover or Remove Consume are pretty solid. I think I'm going to greed for this, though. A start. Spell Sanctum and Boiler Room are also pretty decent. No. Nope. I mean, like, maybe I should have taken that just as a way to buff Phoenix, but I find it wildly underwhelming. Okay. No, didn't get what we wanted. But we will at least make this deployable. Infector I also want deployable. Also, do I want to merge those? I think the answer is no. Okay, well, here we go. And I don't fully remember what your units are. I'm pretty sure it's not the Flagellants. In which case, we're pretty decently happy to just be doing things like this. Yep. Okay. Alright, so you are dying, but I don't think Phoenix is the one getting the kill, sadly. Yep. Alright. Well, we tried. Yeah, unfortunately, I want all of the things here. But I think I basically have to do this and that. And you do have Flagellants, in which case I actually probably want Phoenix on a higher floor. Well, knowing that, I probably wanted to do this differently. Yeah, because kind of the whole deal is I want Phoenix to be getting kills, especially when he has Bloodthirsty Blade on. I mean, like, obviously I can make up some of that later. It's not the end of the world, but it's certainly not what I want. Fuck you. God damn it. Whatever, we'll take the damage, it's fine. I do wish I were getting more kills on Phoenix. And I do think that if I were on mid or top floor, that would be a lot easier to do. But, fine. Okay. Well, let's get rid of that. Unfortunately, Phoenix is once again not getting the kills here because the big fungi stack does it. Hopefully he at least kills Archeon. But what I really want is cooldown support. No! No! Whatever. I saw the tome, and for a moment I thought it was Tome of Contracts. I mean... These are all fine. I could just, you know, do an Enchantrel heavy run and just sap everything. It doesn't work nearly as well against Savagery, though. Both because enemies have higher attack and because of the higher hunting enemies. Could take the Pyroclasm. Sure, I guess. I don't know. I probably shouldn't have. I don't fuck it. We'll skip. I'm making bad choices. I'm gonna take Ember for now, though I do really want other things. God, I'm not getting Horde. Okay, we're going here. Dualism, I also want Smidgestone. Unfortunately, I can't afford Smidgestone, because I can't re-roll for it. Take Overlord 2. Whatever, here we are. Thank God for Mind Cage. Exile's Diadem, while I normally kind of hate it, also not terrible here. But we badly want Mind Cage. Unfortunately, we can't combine Mind Cage and the Bloodthirsty Blade at the moment. So that's a thing, but hey. Well, you're going to get that, I guess, so Phoenix can get the Mind Cage. Because I think that's just too important for us. Okay. Yeah, then the Golden Touch doesn't really do anything for us. Well, I mean, I can do this like a madman. Okay, well, we're making choices. There are certainly choices that exist. Alright, I do get sapped, which I don't love, but I do like getting Horde, so that's something. We also do apply a bit more sap to the enemies, so that's something. It's not enough, but we're making do. God, I really want the Mind Cage, but if I do the Mind Cage, then I don't take care of every other problem here. Because alternatively, I do this, which is rather useful for me. And I think that's what we want to do. Unfortunately, it means I'm not playing the Mind Cage. Oh well. I think that was too good for me to pass up, because I really don't want the Scourge dudes getting by. And I got the Collector. And like, all of that appeals to me a fair bit. No, I should have given him the Pyro Gel, too. Well, whoops. It's fine. It would have cut down a little bit of damage, but not all of it. Whoops. I didn't mean to do it in such a way where I wasn't killing the backliner here, but I fucked that up. Yeah, not doing so great on this situation. Yeah. Yeah, this ain't going great. Yeah, I'm not applying a lot of Pyro Gel, nor am I doing anything. We need Phoenix to have his ability up that turn to at least kill these guys, so I don't have this exact situation. I mean, I could take some Pyro damage, but who knows. My deck is not panning out terribly well together at the moment. So we'd have, you know, 280 HP left. More or less. Which is exactly enough hits on the Pyre for him to kill me. We'll try it one more time. I don't know. There are definitely things that can be improved. Like a variety of things, including playing the Enchantress in front of Phoenix. I think it's probably better, and we can just do the Bloodthirsty Blade like we'd originally planned. Come on, play that out. Why is my thing not working? There we go. Okay. For some reason, when I go too low on the screen, it cancels or just... Okay. So restart again. For some reason, it is having an issue with the ability. I just can't click and drag it. I don't know why, but let's try and see if this fixes it. Okay. Now. Oh my god. No? Well, I got it to a point where I can use it. So that's something. Yeah. Weird. Well, I didn't use the Golden Touch this time, but so be it. It's a weird bug, and I don't know what to tell you. Let's kill there, and then sap my dudes, unfortunately. At least I sapped them in exchange, thanks to her. Sure. Like, I don't know that we're really going to be any better suited for Ajax doing this. But let's try. I mean, I could wait here. Because this wouldn't come off cooldown in time for the boss otherwise, but I guess let's do it this way. Unfortunately, I do have to deal with the Scourge that he generates, and I didn't actually kill the guy because reasons. I was trying to mitigate how much I I was losing here. Ow. Alright, let's take more pyro damage because I think I need it to beat goddamn Ajax. I'm doing a very bad job so far, but that's fine. We're doing what we can. Ajax is one of the worst matchups for us, at least with my current deck, because it's bad. Because, like, I even have defense that I last for a good many turns on him, and it doesn't matter. But we should be able to beat him on top floor. He has not a lot of life, and that's all we care about. Okay. Weird. Yeah, anyways. I don't want greed, though honestly it's sort of okay as a way to, like, catch enemies that are escaping us. I mean, it's fine. Fanning the Flame is kind of cute, but also fairly bad. Wedge jank without a little pain. You're damn right, Fury. I still have not cashed out my Horde a single time. The Horde investment definitely did not pay off. I should have just taken the Alchemy like it originally planned. Oh well. Or just, you know, ignored it altogether. Fanning the Flame is going to let me down. We all know that to be true, right? Okay, we're not going to take it. Truffles is bad. We're not going to take those. The Mushroom Cloud is probably okay. I will loot this. Not the one I was hoping for. If Phoenix counted as a dragon, I would be more excited. There is some good stuff here. We're definitely going here, though, so we can merge our equipment at the very least. Start turn, friendly units propagate 1. I don't really have meaningful things to propagate. It would really just be the spawn. Which is useful, just because we have the Enchantrel, but... fine, I guess. I don't know, it's not very good for me. Yeah, Magma Cultist is pretty decent. It's certainly not amazing, but it's okay. Yeah, I'll take it just to mitigate some problems. We do have to do this to take it, though. But that's certainly within ranges. Okay, so now that is the thing. Now the question is, do we want to take Stasis Crystal to master it and maybe do something? Kind of. Would have been helpful before Ajax. And it's sort of an interesting secret tech to avoid the pyre hunting. So currently, we have what, 10 deployment Ember? So I'm currently using 9 at least. Kind of cute. But I would also have to make it deployable, mostly, for that to matter. Which would mean going here or here. I don't think it's really what we want. It is cute, though. but we're going to avoid it. I really want things I don't have. Okay. Specifically, I just want like Tome of Contracts, and that would be a tremendous buff to my situation. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're gonna put Phoenix in front. Maybe that's the wrong thing to do, but I do think I probably need it. So, Phoenix goes in front, and then you go there, you go there, you get your thing. There's that. We don't have enough for Steward. Oh well. God damn it, I killed too many of them, and then I can't use the golden touch to kill him. Fuck you, you bastard. Well, whatever, fine. Well, that's unhelpful. Well, they have a fair bit of sap on them, and unfortunately Phoenix's ability isn't up, and thanks to the Titan skin guy, it's harder for me to kill them, but so be it. God, and then this glitch is coming back. I haven't run into that before, so I'm surprised by it, but... Yeah, we'll get the Horde, even though I'm very badly utilizing the Horde. Okay, well, he gets some kills. Unfortunately, I don't get any slays here, so I can't utilize the Infectory. Oh well, but so be it. Do I want to use this now or next turn? I don't remember what boss we're fighting and what their waves are. Well, we're going to assume that it's better to wait until next turn. Okay, it's you. Yeah, I think it's probably better to play the Ear Conscript. Unfortunately, I won't be able to play whatever draw off the Winged Steel. And then I am taking damage, because this is the one where I didn't get them. I didn't mitigate them at all. My deck is not great. Yeah, when you're struggling against Quoto, that's truly the mark of a time where problems have occurred. Okay. Well, at least we beat Quoto. That, you know, horrible mark of success. Also, yeah, I really did a poor job of investing in Dragon Sword. Did not go as desired. Could put the Soul Smelter on something. I think it's too late for that, though. You should be ashamed of yourself. It's true, I am. Alright, we'll skip that. I mean, mean, the mushy room isn't terrible, but I am gonna skip. I'm gonna go here, although legitimately I should probably be minus costing things. I don't know. I'm losing it. Okay. Well, we're doing that. Even though we do have a bunch of other problems, I don't know, that's the thing that I chose to do. Here we are. I don't know. I do need Ember from this upgrade. I mean, I need a lot of things, frankly. But see what we can do. We still have time to cobble together success. It's just that success is more and more uncomfortable. Okay. Alright, whatever. Well, we sap the shit out of Kale. We also do a whole lot of sap at the beginning of every turn just because we propagate one and that makes us make a new fungi, and that's a lot of sap. That's just how it works. Like, you are going to give damage shields, but that also probably doesn't matter with how sapped he's going to be. Okay, so let's do that. And then let's have Phoenix blow some things up. So he is going to get this kill now. Oh, how poor we've been on the whole Phoenix gets kill situation. But maybe we can redeem ourselves. Alright, I'll play that there, because I don't think playing other things there is going to help in the way that I want it to. Well, at least every couple turns, Phoenix gets to kill some things. At some small mercy. I could do the Golden Touch to get more Horde, which honestly I think I'm willing to do, but it does deprive me of Slays, and I really don't want to do that. I'm already so weak. Fine, we'll do it. Unfortunately, now you're killing the front dude. Whatever. There's only so much I can do about that. Alright, Herzl's Horde, that's why you're so aggressive on high cost units. Yep, that is why. 100%, that is the defining reason. Alright. At least when I don't kill things, it doesn't hurt us. Kind of. Alright, well, this is how we get kills, and I wanted to get slightly more horde, so we're getting slightly more horde. Yeah, we generate a lot of sap. Well, it's gonna help me get the golden touch one more time. It doesn't matter, I got to 4, and that's kind of where I wanted to be. No! Why do you always steal Phoenix's kills, you bastards? Okay. Honestly, kind of want the Devilish Details. I'm not going to. It is only 8 damage instead of 10 now, which is an improvement. Unearthed Treasure could get us back to Proliferate. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we're just gonna skip on that. We're gonna take Ember, and we're gonna loot this. Yeah, Shale Shell and Flaming Talons were both things that I kind of want. I'm just gonna take the Shale Shell. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing so great on the whole attack situation. I really wish we had Tome of Contracts. Might just want the removals. The healing is probably warranted, though. And don't know what I would want here. What I want right now is I want a Merchant of Magic. That's what I want. Either way, I guess we're going here. Let's figure out what's available to us. Spell Sanctum is okay, but I would have to swap out the Infectory, and I don't really want to do that. Okay. I guess we do it on you. Because I'm not going to visit another Merchant of Steel, so it doesn't matter like who fills up. So we'll give that to you, I guess. You do slightly more damage. At least until I start stapping my own dudes, I suppose. But hey, here we are. Is there anything I would care about seeing here? I do have more Ember now. So it's at 12. So I can like make the Infectory deployable. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I don't know. The problem is my damage output is too low. And these are the bad enemies for me. Well, I think I have to set up on a higher floor for this, which is concerning based on what other enemies are around. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that did not do as much damage as I thought it was. I was for some reason thinking that the Lava Flow added 5 Pyre Gel. It doesn't, adds 4. So that doesn't quite kill. Well, I do have to deal with these Scourge cards this way, which I don't terribly love, but fine. And Phoenix has his ability, but it didn't matter while they had spell shields, because for some reason spell shields block abilities. Yes, feast upon them. You mighty, wonderful creature. Well, can't play that because I have not visited, like, any Merchant of Magic, and that caused problems. I guess we're doing that. Alright, well, they're going to get sapped at the end of the turn as the Propagate kicks in. I do get a bunch of Scourge cards, unfortunately. Which is just not my favorite thing in the world, gotta say. Kind of want to save that for next turn, but we're going to do it for this turn, so. And, like, the deformed duos don't matter too much. Like, yeah, they're hard to kill, but on the other hand, they're just going to get sapped to oblivion, so who cares? Oh boy, we're at Horde 2. Yeah, like, taking the Pyre Hunter damage is really the problem for me. There are some ways around it, kind of. And we are going to try to leverage those as best we can. Whatever. No reason not to, I guess. They should have enough sap on them that none of them is going to hurt the Pyre. Okay. Rax is a bit of a concern, but on the other hand, like, defense is our strong suit. So, you know, we do what we can. Yeah. Okay. Fucking... That's driving me crazy. Yep, that's not good enough. Yeah, part of the issue is just, like, having all of those Scourge cards really slows me down. Alright, let's try this on not top floor. And just see if we can mitigate the first turn woes, which I think we can. Okay, so that is all taken care of. Like, we can play that there. Yeah, playing that there doesn't change anything, though. I'd still be taking 36 this way. And, like, I've got 2 spells that can deal damage, but not enough. I mean, sort of okay, I guess. Like, it's a lot of damage, but whatever, fine. And that's what needs to happen. Although, again, my problem My big concern is the upcoming Pyre Hunter damage, so it's not ideal. Well, so be it. We should be in much better shape being on mid-floor, though. Yeah, not quite killing you, but yeah. We still need the Loam Coat played out, which is right here now. Okay, so you're not going to hurt the Pyre. Alright, so you explode. May as well play that. May as well do that. And then we continue being not really good at killing things. Well, we take as little damage as we can when we can. But, again, everything's sapped to shit, and that is truly the mark of success for us. Well, let's do that, even though maybe would have been better to kill one of them so we could get another fun guy from the Infectory. I do worry about Rax, but we'll see what happens. God, like, they already are down to one attack just from the start of the turn. No, really wish I could play that and kill these fuckers. Well. Oh god, I didn't kill the backliner, so I still get a bunch of Scourges. I get 3 Scourges. Just trying to avoid. Come on. Okay, have the kill. That's what matters. Oh, it doesn't matter how classy the kill is. We got there. I mean, he does so much less damage on mid-floor since he has 1 less attack. Also, less rage. And that helps it a lot. Anyways, we took 36 damage from that first wave, but hey. Not what I wanted. But, so be it. I'm gonna take a mushroom, I guess, and then we're gonna loot this, even though it's pathetic. But it's our last chance to loot, so that's where we go. We're going here. We wanted to go for the Merchant Magic anyways. It lets us heal as well, which I don't hate. We want this. Also want that. Also want that. Although I might remove Consume on what I was thinking of, so maybe that doesn't matter. I mean, it's still good with the Lava Flow, I guess. Sure. Enjoy your spell chain. I have the cash for this, so let's put it to use making my deck better than it is. Finally, minus cost some things. Just make them easier to use. They were a long ways off from being truly powerful. And then dupe either the Proliferate or or the Pyroclasm. I'm gonna do the Pyroclasm, I guess. Oh. I got problems. We'll see them through, I suppose. But more or less, I sort of kind of have an answer. Is it clean? No. Also, we're getting rid of Infectory number 2 because it has annoyed me this whole time because I have no purpose for its existence. So, here we go. I mean, I've got plenty of Pyre HP. I do a whole lot of sapping. We did just get notably stronger, so we'll see what we can do. Okay, so unfortunately Savagery is still going to fuck with us some, but we'll see what we can do. So, God, why is it doing that? Okay. And yeah, you know what? Have a bunch of Pyre Gel. Yep, I'll do that. It gives attack to the whole team, gives a bit of armor as well. And it means that Phoenix is now the one who gets the kill there, which is nice. So this is a whole thing. Okay, so we have now sapped everything to death. And we have put units on every floor, so even though we're letting a bunch of the amalgams go by, doesn't matter. They just don't get to damage me. God damn it, why is it doing that still? Yeah, I shouldn't need the Pyroclasm this turn, so let's just build up some strength and then shoot some things dead. And then with the Mushy Room, they even gain more sap ascending from that room. So, yeah, why not? Okay, we don't quite kill anything here, but again, as long as they don't get... like, as long as they're sapped, everything's fine. And they are getting copious levels of sap. Also, if need be, we do have the Pyroclasm, so, you know. Like, this is why we built into the Enchantrels long ago. It's just that it took a while for everything to coalesce properly. Okay. And we're finally getting some extra attack on Phoenix. Also, yeah, like, they have 41 sap going into the Pyre Room, basically, which is a lot. Also, the poor Pyroclasms, like, I did intend to play them, but it doesn't actually matter. I mean, I could do it right now. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. I wasn't sure I was going to be hitting the high enough, you know, sap numbers, but with double Dualism Enchantrel, it is definitely gonna work out. Okay. God damn it, every time. Drives me crazy. We're gonna do this and deprive Phoenix of a kill just so we can get another minor Pyroborn artifact. Because, why not? There's none that I, like, super want, but they are good nonetheless. Or at least decent. Yeah, I don't know. Who cares? Phoenix can't use his ability right here, but we'll just leave some things and see if he gets any kills. Yeah, and poor Seraph has 120 sap. Ta-da! Okay. Don't mind me as I fuck around or something. Okay. Let's loot that, because there's no reason not to loot it. Whatever, fine. Who cares? And thus, we fight the Titans. We should be fine, kind of. We've got plenty of HP. The sapping isn't going to work as well, since Entropy and Dominion will still be attacking into / corrupting our frontliners. But, whatever, fine. I do love how much deployment number you get with Herzl's Horde. It's just good. Okay, so, you're taking a lot of damage by being here, Phoenix. So we're gonna give you a bunch of Pyrogel. This was not how we wanted to do things. Well, he's getting a little bit of corruption. He's taking a lot of bit of damage because I just don't have a way to generate any fungi this turn, sadly. But, we'll hopefully be able to keep him alive here onwards. Fortune's got the 5 corruption, but we'll do what we can. Also, we didn't mitigate his damage at all, unfortunately. But that's fine. Once he circles back down, we'll be able to do better. We'll put the mushy room there so that he'll... So now he'll have some sap. Let's see what Curse of Entropy. Are you now allowed to talk about the patch? You like to change it? Yeah, I can talk about it as soon as it's live. I mean, I can't talk about like the process, I don't think. But I can talk about the patch itself. As far as do I like to change it? Yeah, I'm very happy with the changes. Really, the only things I'm like not as happy about are the things that didn't get changed, like Shadow Siege and Penumbra. But on the whole, like, the patch is full of just tons of great changes. No Shadow Siege changes. Yeah, like, it deserved changes. It's a bad unit, it always has been. And it is just worse now. I should have done that differently, but that's okay. Phoenix is very low on HP, though. because of that first turn, which maybe I need him to not be on bottom floor so he has a chance to like build stuff up, or maybe I need to sacrifice the Magma Cultist. Like, we're gonna kill Dominion pretty easily. But yeah, anyways, there's some, like, things that I want to change. Like I said, like Shadow Siege and Penumbra, and some other things. The one change that I really do sort of disagree with is the Titan's Gratitude change, where it just went up in damage, and that doesn't really address why the card is bad. Yeah, so here's the problem, is now Phoenix dies, and I can't handle that. Like, I can do a bunch of sap, that doesn't change anything, though. Okay, let's try this again, where Phoenix is not just gonna take a pounding on bottom floor. Because unfortunately, like, a lot of my success is contingent on having things to kill. But we'll see. We'll put him mid-floor. Could also just not have him up front. I could probably make do with, like, sacrificing one of the Enchantrels. But yeah, it just, in so many different ways, it's a great patch. It does so much to just make the game better. Like, I love it. You know what? I guess we're gonna do these here. And give ourselves a little bit of armor. So to all the card names or effects, I had to look up those Fecundity changes, for instance, the upgrade which had a unit with the cost +1. Yeah. I mean, it's fine if you don't know the names of everything offhand. I only know them because I have so many hours in both Monster Train 1 and 2. Snap time, have a good one. Alright, have a nice night, Fury. Always good having you, friends. God, I had no concept of what time it is. I've been streaming for quite a bit and did not realize it was this hour. I do want to play the Proliferate, but I also really want to play that. I guess there's no downside to doing this, since it is remove consume now. Okay, well, Savagery is sapped. Unfortunately, again, we didn't have any fungi turn 1. So Phoenix is still taking a beating, but he does survive way longer like this. That's certainly an improvement. Well. Yeah, I think we just want to hurt Savagery a bit when we can. We put a bunch of Pyrogel on him. Entropy, we're not the most efficient at hitting, but A, we're going to give him some Pyrogel here. And B, just like every time Phoenix gets to use this ability, it does a fair bit of damage to him. So I should have done that in a different order. Oh well. Oh, that's... okay. Anyway, sorry, what was I doing here? I think we're just doing those. Although, again, maybe I want to do those on Savagery. I don't really have that great consistent damage output. And especially with the sap coming in, it does affect me a fair bit. I actually might want to save this for next turn so I can shoot that guy. Wrong order, but that's okay. Yeah, we'll save it, I guess. I've got a lot of higher HP. That's the one nice thing we got going for us. Let's give you the Loam Coat. And then let's keep working on Savagery. I mean, we're still a long ways off on Entropy as well. But, like, Entropy will do better, especially if we start playing out the Pyroclasms instead of doing the Pyrolite. And I don't think I really need to be doing the Pyrolite at this point. Yeah. It is everything else that we care about. God, stupid Curse of Entropy. I mean, I could probably get away without playing them now, but still. But I have reduced my units to 0 attack, and turns out that is sort of a problem. Yeah, I'll not play out this Curse of Entry for once, I guess. Although you guys are going to mean I take another hit on the Pyre. Because... yeah, oh, whatever. I'm taking a bunch of damage. Because they're going to ascend to the Pyre, which means that Dominion gets to attack extra times while they're up there. So I do lose a lot of health. Oh, and you're way lower than I thought you were. That is concerning. God, I don't need that much more to go, though. Why am I taking so much Pyre damage? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Jesus. I was looking at this thinking that I was taking 54, 55 Pyre HP. Don't mind me. I am, for some reason, losing it. Okay. Although I kind of can't let you guys survive. Oh, fuck you. I was counting on being able to keep Phoenix alive by using my abilities this turn, but the Silence guy is here, which I could have killed last turn had I realized that he was here. Okay, but there's the Pyroclasm. That is what I was hoping to draw for this exact reason. Okay, I do still take extra Pyre damage, but maybe that's fine. This is a mess, just like my damage output is bad. Also, I forgot to use the, okay, that does kill me. Fuck. Well, I forgot that he was going to get extra attack off of the Harvest, and so I wasn't accounting for that. Anyways, that was unfortunate. I got so far, and then I died. God, now we have another goddamn gold crown. Well, I mean, that was a super messy run, but, does feel bad to have lost right at the end there. After just slogging it out in the Titan fight for so long. I was almost there, just need a little bit more, but my damage output was bad. And the fact that Phoenix got Corruption on the first turn and lost a chunk of health was really a problem. I kind of want to do that one immediately to get rid of the gold crown. Oh well, we're going to do a different one for now. I think maybe we're going to do Ardoon. Yeah, let's do Ardoon. Ardoon Remnant. Not that I want to do all the Monster Train 2 clans, then all the Monster Train 1 clans, but nonetheless. Let's do the Primitive Mold. Not sure what we're going to do with it, but it's generally better than Dregs. Like, Dregs are fine. They can do some work for you. Entombed Explosives are okay. I still wish they'd get rid of the right-click card details thing. At least it makes more sense here than elsewhere, but it still is a needless reminder. And boy, do I hate visual clutter. And I know that's a me thing. I know it doesn't affect other people in the same way. Still hate it. Anyways, Fade's First Blade. It's potentially pretty good. But I don't know that we're going to really utilize Burnout. Obviously, we do have the Primitive Molds, which can reform, which give us Burnout. But I think we're just taking the Orrery. Getting extra Ember regularly is pretty nice. Okay, we're going to do Hierophant. Because it got changed and we may as well show it off. It's largely the same. It's just that it now also buffs silent units attack, which is cool. So, let's see what we can do. I'm still sad that we lost with Phoenix there. It just totally had not occurred to me to account for like the attack he was going to gain on a Harvest from the troops. Okay, so we give ourselves a little bit of armor. And he's going to get some Harvest from the extra deaths. And that's great. Alright, give us that sweet, sweet thing. And let's murder one of you. And then it's all looking up from here. Yeah, so many extinguished triggers. Yeah, I honestly want to do it this way, so that will die. Because then I have space to reform again, and I get the extinguish trigger. It doesn't matter, like, we're definitely strong enough as is, but now I feel strong enough. Now I feel at peace with the world. And then we just absolutely murder the boss. He is a slow starter, and we have decent stats by that point, and he does not know how to handle it. Also, I did not really take into account that we have Malgus Pyre. And by that I mean, I was too hung up on losing with Phoenix to even have paid attention. Whatever, fine. Alright, what do we want? Do we want Gravity? Maybe. It is nice with Intrinsic to, like, overstack things. And overstacking would be nice with Ardoon. Starstruck is good, but we already have Starstruck. And I don't really care about the Moon Pixie. I'll take the Gravity, even if it's whatever. We are going to skip these, though. Yeah, we don't want them. They're just not what we want. I will go here, and we're going to look for Nightingale or Shade Guard. Okay. No, those are not what we wanted. I mean, they're both decent, though. I think we want Lunar Priestess, but Selena Acolyte with built-in multi-strike is certainly not bad. I don't have any way to buff it, though. Kind of. Like, I can generate a little bit of conduit. Still think we probably want the Lunar Priestess, though. It's definitely not exactly what I want, but it is a thing. Whatever, fine. I'm not wild about it. I'd also love to do that smidge stone. I don't know. Here we are. I'm gonna skip the conduit. I should probably be doing this differently. Probably should have prioritized the smidge stone. So I'm gonna put you there. I'm still gonna do the Baron on bottom floor and leave capacity open so that I can play out the entombed explosive. Well, we're definitely going to get the collector, and we're going to do that. And then we're unfortunately still taking a good chunk of damage here, but we're taking less damage. Also, we're getting a bunch of blights still, or scourges, I guess they are. Regardless, we can play you out. And then everything else works out more or less. Definitely not as clean as the first wave. First ring, that is. But we're doing it. Anyways, that's the kill, but we could also do that and kill even better. But, hey, here we are. Anyways, it worked out alright. Even if my deck is not quite how I would hope for it to be. The Lunar Priest is still good for me, though, because she is giving us an extra incante return. She's giving us a guaranteed phase control. Like, she's still solid. It's just not exactly what we wanted. I don't want Consume Celestial Storm. I don't really want either of these. I guess I'll take Silver Strike. It's fine. These are not what I wanted. The Wicklash is sort of useful, though. But we were gonna skip. So there is good stuff at Merchant Magic. I might want to go here looking for anything, but especially like Mage Blade. I think we want to go here, looking for, like, Holdover on Starstruck, maybe. Double stack is also sort of acceptable. Do I want a Paraffin Thug? Kind of. Not really, but maybe. I'm gonna skip it. I think that's good enough to do. Even if it's not really what I was hoping for. Well, this is interesting. Don't think we care about the corruption. Definitely think we want the dominating control. And you're going to get that since you already have multi-strike, and we're more likely going to be keeping you around over something like the Baron. Do I want to re-roll for minus cost? I think no. I'm not that worried about it. I would much prefer to hold on to the money for the time being. So that's what we're going to do. I maybe should have set up my dudes on mid-floor. We do really want to draw into some things we care about. Specifically, I really want to draw into the Entombed Explosive. Sadly, we didn't quite get kills here. I mean, we do, but it would have been nice to kill them before they get so attacked. So that needs to go away. The one nice thing about setting up on bottom floor is that the flagellants do a lot less damage. And that is a meaningful concern right now. Okay. Well, we're going to daze you for 2 turns, which does make my life a lot better. Okay, we're still struggling with damage, but we're kind of getting there. That's really not the one I wanted back. But I kind of need this to kill you, so that's what we're doing. Yeah, alright, we'll leave it. I kind of need the other things, so... But Archeon is dazed for a couple turns. Have to get rid of that. Okay, so these are both Burnout 1. Okay, we're doing what we can. Unfortunately, you're going to the Reform Pool now. I maybe should have been more careful about that earlier. Oh well, here we are. But you're still dazed for a moment, and will be dazed more. That's the one we didn't want. But we got there. I mean, even if we didn't, like, we still had enough. He would have been very low. We would have been able to mitigate things on the higher floor, probably. But we don't have to. He's dead. He is, in fact, a dead man. Okay, so, Dust Mantle, as we saw earlier with Truffles, is the new Luna card. Gives Titan Skin 5 on New Moon, which is, that's fine. I think it's kind of underwhelming. It's okay for us here, especially since I do have phase control. Endless is fine. It's also intrinsic, which is kind of cute. And I don't really want Duality to be consumed. I guess we'll take the Dust Mantle, even though I don't really believe in it. I will take the Nightingale, even though Reanimate is very much not what I want. And we are going to take... maybe Capacity? I took the Gravity so that I could utilize that to overstack a floor, but I don't know if that's going to turn out. So, we'll take Capacity for now. And then we're definitely going here. Incant Armor Nightingale is a lot more appealing to me than the other one. Either way, we're probably just taking both. Do I want Titan Knight on you? Kind of. I mean, you do have Stealth 2, so you're gonna dodge hits for a while anyways. Not sure how helpful that is to me. I think we probably don't want that. Yeah, we're gonna not do that plan. But what we are going to do is... take Quick, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we are now taking Hierophant 2, and my deck is not super clean at the moment, but it is substantially better with those additions. But now I need to get my deck to be a better Incant deck I ideally would love to get Eclipse Chamber, among other things. Also, would like to take more Ember, probably. More draw is also good, but like Ember is so helpful in Monster Train 2. Already don't remember which enemies these are, but that's fine. We're gonna set up mid-floor. And here we go. Okay. Well, let's kill those guys. And let's get to work. Oh, yeah. I already forgot that you are a thing. Okay. I maybe should have left you up on top floor to help grab stragglers. But I didn't. I don't have enough capacity for the, God, playing out the event blight is actually a problem for me now. Anyways, I don't have enough capacity to play out the entombed explosives, so I'm fine with it. We're stacking the floor here. Don't really want Ardoon to get a ton of corruption, but so be it. He at least takes dramatically less damage here. Also, we'll leave you up there to kill one of these guys, which, again, I maybe should have left the Baron up there, but I think we're fine. Especially now that we finally have drawn those. Okay, we should be alright against Ajax. Okay, so we'll get rid of that, and then we either daze you for 2 turns, or we kill one of your backliners. I think we just daze you for 2 turns, so we avoid the tap, because I think that's worse for us than a little bit of damage. Yeah, we're fine. It is worse looking when I'm not in New Moon, because we have Titan Skin during New Moon, and we don't win in Full Moon. Either way, it's fine. Also, during New Moon, the Nightingales have 3 attacks as opposed to 1, so there's a pretty hefty difference between New Moon and Full Moon for us. But it's fine. That's probably why we have the Lunar Priestess. I keep wanting to call it Selene Acolyte, but that's a very different unit. Because we don't have to, you know, hope for Moon Ritual or whatever. That said, we'll take Eclipse Chamber, because that's also quite good for us. And I will take the Mortal Entrapment, even though this is not the upgrade I want on it. I just want it to cost less. Well, we're going here. Sure, I guess I'll take that. Just anything to make my incanting better. Yeah, I really wanted holdover or intrinsic. That said, we'll do double stack on the Starstruck. And I'm going to -2 this, because it being 3 cost is just very difficult for me. Nope. Not taking Dualism Bounty Stalker. Now, what are we duping? I kind of want to dupe the Lunar Priestess. Just because she gives me extra spells every turn. That's helpful. Yeah, I'm going to do that. The problem is I don't have the gravity well set up. But she's useful for me. And that's just going to have to be good enough for the time being. Okay, so you and your buddies. Yeah, I guess we'll do like that. Okay. Well, we're gonna get a little bit of sap, but in exchange we get a bunch of other things, and that's just how it is. Yeah, I think we want to leave it like this. I really do want the extra buffs, though, but I don't want to leave you at, like, totally high life. Okay, so... sadly, we don't buff your attack on Incant, but we buff theirs, and that's the important part. Also, that dramatically cuts down the amount of damage you're taking. Oh, there's nothing to reform. But we'll do that. I would love to do other things, but that one prevents me from taking pyre damage. We got plenty of pyre HP, so it's not critical, but it is still appreciated. Love to draw the Eclipse Chamber. Oh, whoops. Okay, and I am killing the Collector already, so we may as well do this. Just get another unit on the floor. Since we're in New Moon, those guys are a lot stronger. We just make sure we don't play this out, otherwise we ruin everything. Okay, so there's the Eclipse Chamber. So now we don't have to worry nearly so much about things. Unfortunately, can't play with the Mortal Entrapment. Oh well. That's just life. Okay, our Dune is getting relatively low on HP, but fine. Well, relatively low on armor, I should say. If only the other one also had quick. I mean, not that we're getting, like, crazy high attack here, but we're working on it. And we dazed you for good measure. Not that it matters. He was dead before we started. Because this guy's great weakness is a lot of attacks. I mean, obviously you need some base level of damage so you can knock him down to his reanimate in the first place, but he is substantially less threatening to teams that have a lot of attacks. We don't want the Aurora Weaver. I mean, like, Conduit of Moon Cycle is nice, but it's not going to solve all our problems. Not too concerned about these. We'll skip. Crushing Demise is cool, but not here. We're just going to skip. Okay. So we're going to go here and we're going to look for quick, I guess, and we're going to remove some things and be happy. Multi-strike, also good. Am I happy enough with that? I'm probably happy enough with that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let us get rid of the non-spells. And I think we want to honestly get rid of like the entombed explosives now. They've done decent work for us, but they are not priorities anymore. And or maybe I want to get rid of the Wickless Baron. But let's get rid of that for now, and then let's also get rid of a... Well, let's leave it there for now. Okay. Yeah, I don't love the corruption buildup, but that's fine. Okay, let's daze you for several turns. I think that's the best start we can get. And then enjoy the Eclipse Chamber. Eclipse Chamber coming out at the beginning, substantially better for us than getting it so late in the fight as we did last time. Because we start the scaling on the Nightingales much earlier. It also means we can play out more of the moon rituals with impunity. It's just a dramatically more useful thing. Unfortunately, our Dune is building up corruption, but, you know, we're also stacking a bunch of armor on him, and even once he dies, it's not the end of the world. We just need him to get us over the hump. And then everything's fine. Man, this new sweep weapon is so nice. Being able to just give some units quick plus sweep is insane. It's good. It's not like crazy. Like, the restriction on damage is pretty important. But, yeah, there are some good things you can do with it for sure. Like, I used it in one of the runs earlier today. Maybe the first one. I don't know. It's been a long day. I mean, I'm having a blast. I love playing Monster Train, and the new update is great. Like, it's so cool to finally show it off and see all the new stuff. But, yeah, anyways. All in all, I think most of the new card additions are pretty great. I think, like, Dusk Mantle is sort of underwhelming as the new Luna one. And I don't particularly like Exile's Diadem. I'm also not, like, super wild about the Stasis one. But, you know, that's pretty minor, all told. Oh, whoops, I meant to do it while we would daze you. Doesn't matter. I particularly like the new Awoken room and their new equipment. Especially because for a long time I've been wanting Awoken to have more, like, more Rejuvenate focus, since they are supposed to have healing as a major part of their clan. And so having a new room to support the Rejuvenate triggers, especially when you have multiple Rejuvenate units, having a new cool and very helpful Rejuvenate equipment is great. It's good. We're taking the Stardust Invocation. I still need to master Foremost Child because it's a bad card that needed an update. And sadly didn't get one, but hey. I think we're just taking Ember. The draw obviously would also be quite good, as would be Capacity. We might just want double dupe. I think we want here, though, looking for, like, intrinsic. Yeah, we'll go here. That's fine. Not entirely sure what I'm doing here, but that's okay. Holdover. It's not bad on Starstruck. Do I care about Exile's Diadem? Do I care about Weapons Cache? Not really, because I don't have... Like, I've got Dust Mantle, I guess. But if I'm making a room deployable, and I am, it's going to be Eclipse Chamber. Iron Tongue is sort of okay for us here. We could give it to the Lunar Priestess, since she's only got 8 attack anyways and no damage scaling, and she gives melee weakness on strike. Highly disagree. So many good things to stick on it that will handle some good backline. You can get a quick upgrade or merge a quick dagger, solve so much on the first floor. I mean, sort of, but I don't think those things were that much of a problem even without it. Like, there's a lot of other ways to utilize, like, to get backline clear, and I think most of the other ways are going to be a lot more helpful for you than a moderately powerful attack. Don't think I want Exile's Diadem. It's really just, do I want Iron Tongue here for the Lunar Priestess? I kind of do, but I don't know how quickly I would draw into it. I mean, it's fine. We'll take it. It's whatever. Anyways, definitely taking Hierophant 3. A holdover goes on Starstruck. Though, again, I have bad draw to begin with, so it just means it's going to take longer for us to do things. Do I care about Stardust Invocation here? Not really. I think we're pretty okay with it just being intrinsic. Okay, so we got that on the Gravity, which is what we wanted. And then I guess I'm just going to minus cost this so it's free to play. I don't know, it doesn't really matter to me. I got the things I needed, basically. Yeah, unfortunately, okay, so you're gonna go there. I guess we're gonna do it like this. I was trying to avoid being on mid-floor, because I wanted to be catching the Scourge dudes. I mean, you don't take it for the backline clear, you take it because it solves backline clear with a single card, and you can combine with things like Branded Warrior, Paraffin Thug, Combustion Suit, Paraffin Enforcer, Animus Will. It gets even better against sap floors because you can clear the backline, the threatening backline without worrying about sap. Yeah, I mean, again, it has use cases. I'm not saying it doesn't. It's not like S tier, but it's easily high A if you get even remotely lucky. I think A is pushing it. It's definitely not S tier, but it's solid. Okay, so what am I doing here? I kill one of you this way. I could also use the Stardust Invocation to copy that, and I think that's our better plan. And we can also just put the Iron Tongue here, and then we take care of that floor. And then we could do all of this here to mitigate problems. I think that's probably what we're doing. Oh, I forgot that that phases. That's a lot less helpful. I always forget that Stardust Invocation phases. Okay, well that is substantially less useful for my needs. But, okay. Oh, and we're not in New Moon, so you don't have multiple attacks yet. This will look a lot better once we phase. Dante with sweep. I mean, yeah, kind of. Like, yes, it's impressive that he has so many attacks, but also, who cares? Because they're all 30 damage. Like, they're okay, but, like, Dante is a lot more impressive when you can scale his attack. Okay, let's just do this, and... I do want to do more spells here. I don't know that's a really... Okay, we'll just not do that. Just finished reading the massive patch notes. Makes me really happy to see a lot of changes, but I do wonder now, is it the last patch developers will put into this game, or they already have a roadmap out, and I've had one out for a while, showing that there's a lot more to come. So, no, there's plenty more coming. Okay, unfortunately we get the Scourge cards all the time, and since I don't have Eclipse Chamber yet, I do avoid the last Moon Ritual. But yeah, there's a lot more coming. I forget everything that's mentioned on the roadmap. But, yeah, there's plenty more. Including at least one new clan coming at some point. God, it takes so long for me to chew through things. I'm just not scaling my damage as much as I need to at the moment. And we're working on it, but this is partly why I wanted to have the sweep dude on my floor. And also, I'm just not a very good incant deck right now. Yeah, it doesn't help that my Lunar Priestess does no fucking damage. I took her for the phase control, but she is definitely somewhat underwhelming for my needs. Either way, we'll do this. So we are getting the kill there. Unfortunately, we're still not preventing the Scourge cards, which are, turns out, fairly bad for an incant deck. But we do have Eclipse Chamber now, which helps. I'm gonna do you so we can get rid of your, well, some of your reanimate. And so you avoid doing the corruption on me. Yeah, this ain't looking super great. Well, here we are. This is why I need another Nightingale. Also why I need Eclipse Chamber to be deployable. Like, we're working on it, but we're not there yet. Okay, so we're gonna daze you so you don't hurt the pyre. And then we should be pretty okay, all things considered. Like, yeah, we take a little bit of pyre damage from the heavy surviving. And then we're not going to fuck around with these things because we don't want to give them spikes. I mean, it should be fine. I've got a lot of armor on my dudes. And the backliner has 1 reanimate as well. So, like, we're okay. I don't need another Dust Mantle. I don't need Lunacy. It's kind of cute. It's also kind of cute in that it is because it's X cost, it's another 0 cost spell, essentially. I can play it at 0 Ember, even if it does nothing. If I had, like, some source of Mage Blade other than Ardoon, maybe I would care, but nah, we'll just skip it. Way too late for Subsuming Blade. Don't need Fatal Melting. And Memorial for the Melted is cute, but not what we need. Okay, so we are definitely going here. Not helpful. Not helpful. Not helpful. Maybe helpful. I think this is gonna pay itself off. Now let's take Dante's Footstool, I guess. So I could take the Moonlit Glaive. How do I feel about things? So we are getting the Eclipse Chamber for free now. That is for sure. And so I have 6 Deployment Ember. And I think we're going to dupe a Nightingale, so that would be 5 Deployment Embers spoken for. Could make a U deployable. I don't, like, super care about that. I'd rather do it with the Iron Tongue, but it costs too much, so that's not going to be a concern. Obviously, this is accounting for not playing the Wickless Baron, but I also don't care about the Wickless Baron, so... Another question is, do I care about Moonlit Glaive? It's a hefty damage increase, or at least it's a fine damage increase. I'm not going to worry about it. Well, I definitely wanted Resin Blades at a different time in my life. Do I want to utilize Exile's Diadem? Maybe? Because the problem is, I have the gravity... Oh no, I can make this work in a weird, dumb way, as long as I'm setting up on mid-floor. Okay. I don't really need the Exile's Diadem. We could take it just to master it, but I don't think that's worth it. Okay, so we're going to make... Yeah, Multi-Strike Nightingale number 2. And then we're going to purge some cards. So we're going to get rid of you. We're going to get rid of you. And that's what I can afford. Doesn't help in any way, shape, or form. Okay, we should be fine. We have holdover things that we care about. Alright, so Ardoon, even though legitimately we could probably have the Incant Armor Nightingale up front instead. Yeah, we'll do that. It's gonna feel a little bit dumb, but that's okay. So you're there, and you're there. so we are going to use... Oh, no, I can't do this the way that I wanted. Except I do have the moon ritual, so it works out. Okay. As we're duping this. So you get descended. You get ascended. You get that. Even though I should probably have you up closer to the front if that's the case. Anyways, we'll kill those and just not get some of the corruption for a little bit. And then we'll incant a bit. It is awkward. It wouldn't be a problem if we weren't forced to phase when using Stardust Invocation. But also, if I have to abandon one of the Lunar Priestesses on a different floor, who really cares? Unfortunately, can't use the Mortal Entrapment on the boss. And our Dune gets a bit of extra damage. Because they don't attack into the Nightingale. They attack into our Dune because the Nightingale had stealth. But that's fine. We are going to daze some enemies. So we don't get the Scourge cards, and Dominion is not going to be corrupting us. Yeah, you're still dazed, so we'll daze you. I can sort of handle the Scourge cards, but they are not ideal. Unfortunately, the Nightingale is ending up with a lot of corruption, and that's just how it's going to be. I mean, he's still alive for the time being, and that is an important distinction. But he's not going to stay that way for terribly long, especially since I am letting, like, all the deformed duos hit into him. But if he dies, he dies. Like, that's, so be it. Okay, so I'm not stopping one of the Scourge dudes, but I did stop the minion. And that is what's important to me. Oh. Alright, our dude finally dies. We did what he could for him. But the corruption was just too much. I mean, he's back for a moment. He's also fairly strong. But he is only going to get one turn to murder some things. He'll kill 3 things doing it, but hey. Our Dune does get a bit more corruption, but who cares? Poor Nightingale. He did a lot of work for us, even though he will never be recognized for it. I mean, I guess he can go there. Alright. And then we pretty easily murder Seraph, especially because they are dazed for several turns. On to the Titans. Let's, like, not lose to the Titans like we do with Phoenix this time. That felt real bad. That was my own damn fault. But, oh well. Okay. So, I think we're just going to set up on bottom floor this time. And not try to be as exciting. You're going there, Dagger's there, you're going there, and you're going here, I guess? Okay, well, gotta get rid of that. Nope, we don't want to ascend you. We are still going to do the Stardust Invocation. I definitely overcomplicated that last time. Yeah, let's daze you, and then let's just get some damage on and get some sweet, sweet, glorious incanting going. Okay, unfortunately, we get sapped and we get corrupted, and there's not a lot I can do about that. But at least we end in New Moon, and that's something. I mean, it doesn't matter because we have Eclipse Chamber now, so New Moon effects are always active. Kind of like, that's one of the major reasons we took it and prioritized it so much. Well, we just barely have everyone survive the sweep now. Ain't great. But unfortunately, I am not strong enough, so I don't have quick on multiple Nightingales. I'd considered making multiple quick Nightingales rather than multiple multi-strike Nightingales, and this is why. Also, I totally could have dazed the dude, maybe? Or I guess I probably didn't have the holdover one yet. Well, fine. Okay. Well, you are gonna die if I don't do anything. Turns out you're dying whether I do something or not. Well, unfortunate. But here we are. So that does mean we lose the quick, which I'm not wild about. I mean, he does come back for a moment, but only for a mere moment of time. Yep, not enough to save you, which doesn't mean oh, no, barely survive. He is fairly impressive, even with one turn he's doing 500 damage. Anyways, we should be totally fine. Like, we have definitely enough wave clear, even losing one of the Nightingales. Like, yeah, the Lunar Priest is also gonna die, but... And I've returned how the run's been going pretty good. There was one where we did lose, because things happen. Like, it was a bad deck, but we did make it to the Titans, and then after a slog of a fight, I miscalculated and died anyways. So that was the thing. You don't have the multi-strike because you're not in the Eclipse Chamber. That's fine. How close are we to killing you guys? I guess close enough that I'm fine with letting you die and all that. I mean, she still gets to attack. She dies from the corruption. At least you didn't die to a blight card. That is true, I suppose. You know. Can't imagine anyone ever doing that, really. May as well do that. And who cares? There we go. Yes, go forth. Oh, man. Alright, well, we didn't have the most efficient deck, but it was still good. I do really appreciate that Hierophant Ardoon is a much better, like, silent support unit now. I was already, like, okay before. The Incant Armor on the whole team is still, like, really good. But I definitely appreciate that it now synergizes much better with Nightingale and with, like, Shade Guard and all that. Also, like, Luna definitely would appreciate more, like, attack scaling. Because they don't have that much attack scaling. They have plenty of ways to, like, scale Conduit. And so you can do tons of damage with spells, but they can definitely be fairly lacking in, like, sustained attack damage. Nope, it would be hard to keep reminding someone that did. Also, GG, thank you. And thus we're at 171 of 180 beautiful crowns. Alright, now the question is, do I want to play one more, or do I want to call it there for the night, because I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. Yeah, as much as I'd like to keep playing, I think we're going to call it there, because it's almost my normal stopping time, and I have things that I should do, including sleep. So we'll stop there. That said, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll play more Monster Train. New update is great. No surprise. I mean, I already knew, but I'm glad I can show it off and talk about it now. I hope you all are enjoying it. The reception seems to be very positive so far. Also, sleep is for the weak. I mean, I used to say that all the time, Ashiaka, and even now, using the excuse of sleep, I'm admittedly not going to sleep for several hours still, but at some point I do need to sleep. Yeah, anyways, thank you all for being here. We'll play more Monster Train tomorrow. Hope you all have a good night and a good day. Truly, thanks for being here, and I'll see you later.